Is there any more comment online? Ms. Johnson? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we do not have anyone online.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to testify to this bill? State your name and.
Good afternoon, Brad Brooks with the City of Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities. I talked earlier, also a member of the Colorado River Advisory Committee. Just want to reiterate a few things that you've already heard. Again, I think something that's going to really be tough on this too is in just talking and thinking through, we want to establish a baseline. I think it's just important for everybody to realize that's going to be a really, really tough task for whoever is assigned that. If we just look at hydrology over the last 100 years of even the Colorado River Basin, that hydrology is all over the board. It changes daily, monthly, weekly. It's like hitting a moving target. So I just want you to know that's going to be really tough. And what do we really want that baseline to tell us? Because hydrology is a moving target. I can tell that by just what we watch for the Board of Public Utilities and our snowpack. It's different every year, every month. Every part of the state is different. So that's just something that's important. What are we expecting out of that? The other thing I will share in the August meeting, if you go back and read some of that literature, and the only reason I keep referencing is that it was given to everybody, but there was actual numbers given on percentages of increase, and they ranged from 3 to 7, as high as 15%, if you recall the gentleman from Utah. Utah is putting tens of millions of dollars into their cloud seeding program, but they're seeing 15% increase in snowpack. So I think that's important to realize. The other thing is, and Barry hit on it, and I'm glad he did, is that there was a study done. It was on the aerial program, and there was real numbers in what was actually found in precipitation out of the clouds, as well as what actually got into the streams. And if you heard Barry earlier, that was anywhere from 40 up to 120 some dollars an acre foot with an average of 80. And I can tell you right now, as being a utility that's looking for water with what's going on with the curtailment so that we can have Cheyenne in a position if curtailment occurs that we have water backup, I'll buy all the water I can for 80 some dollars an acre foot if you can tell me where it's at. So that's a very, very affordable price. And when we talk about the bang we're getting for our buck. The other thing was mentioned earlier about the amount of money that I hear throwing away or we don't want to throw away. But I can tell you, I think we need to look at it from the other perspective. If curtailment happens, which I'm confident it probably will at some point, our guys are doing a great job fighting for us of trying to extend it to get it moved out. There's going to be a lot of repercussions financially too for municipality, industrial users across the state when we do not have the water that we need to provide for our customers or to run the businesses that we need to run. So there's just other things to remember. We may not experience now, but down the road, that there's going to be some serious financial implications for the state if we don't have the water that we need. So with that, I'm glad to answer any questions. Again, appreciate your time and all the time and effort that you're putting in this morning on these matters. So
Okay. Thank you. Is there any questions from the committee? Thank you. Okay, that opens it up to Ms. Locke.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name, excuse me, is Jamie Locke, and I'm from Casper. I just want to speak in support of the cloud seeding moratorium bill. Cloud seeding has been conducted for decades, yet so far its effectiveness remains unproven. Research has not shown that it creates new precipitation, rather it likely redistributes existing moisture, taking it from one area and moving it to another. This raises serious questions about both its benefit and fairness. The proponents of cloud seeding even mentioned themselves, this is merely an augmentation operation and occurs minimally over time. It's also important to consider that broader geoengineering activities like stratospheric aerosol injection may already be affecting regional weather patterns and water availability. After atmospheric processes on a large scale could be altering atmospheric processes on a large scale could be contributing to the instability we are seeing in precipitation and drought cycles. Wyoming should thoroughly evaluate whether these interventions are worsening rather than improving our natural water systems. It seems to me the more intervention we have, the more problems we have. It's my opinion we need to let Mother Nature take care of our water. There was a 9-year study that was referenced. I talked about it in the August meeting. $15 million was spent on that study to find out that it produced 1 to 1.5% increase in precipitation. So we have done a study already. I don't know if this helps you or helps either side, but I think we can beat a dead horse, beat the horse to death. But anyway, perhaps if we remove all of this chemical intervention, we might naturally see improvement in our yearly precipitation. However, with that being said, to do any kind of scientific analysis, you always need to start with a baseline. So I respectfully urge a yes vote to move this bill forward.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Locke? Guess not. So, Ms. Johnson, are we prepared or are we ready to go to number 210? I mean, 211.
Yeah, Chairman Winter, you might want to move, see if anybody wants to move the bill and get this bill taken care of before you
Okay.
move on to the next.
Okay,
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I have a question that maybe Ms. Johnson can answer. And then maybe someone in the audience would be able to answer it. So when you look at page 6, we mention on line 12, so any person conducting cloud seeding or weather modification without authorization during the moratorium. I'm wondering if there's statute in here that provides what an authorization would be?
Chairman Winter, Representative Provenza, so the weather modification statutes are between 91905 through 91909. But this particular bill draft would be putting a moratorium on those activities. And so I think it might be helpful to remove the without authorization language out of that, but that's obviously a committee decision.
I have another question, Mr. Chairman, if that's
okay,
okay.
go ahead.
The other question I have is it's saying, so it says, without authorization during the moratorium period required by Wyoming Statute 3511-2203. I am not finding 2203. I find 2202, 2204, and 2205. It's on page.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza, 2203 starts on page 3.
Sorry, Ms. Johnson, my handwriting was all over that, so that's
You're
my
okay.
fault.
Okay. So I guess we just need a motion to move this bill.
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we work this bill, number 210.
Maybe we ask whoever brought the amendments to go through the amendments. Right.
Senator Pearson, were you going to provide the information on these amendments?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would ask to move an amendment number 1. So it'd be page 1, line 1, to strike aeronautics and insert water resources and environmental quality.
Is there any discussion?
I'll second that.
Seeing none, I guess we'll go to the number 2.
Yeah, we're gonna vote on this.
Oh, yeah,
first.
okay, I'm sorry.
Let's see if there's any discussion first.
Yeah. Okay, is there any discussion on this? Seeing none. All those in favor of that amendment signify by raising your hand.
Second pass.
Okay, opposed? Thank you. Do you have that, Ms. Johnson? Okay, thank you. That passed, so I guess we can go to the next amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the second amendment that I would ask for adoption of is, I don't know if I said that right, page 4, line 20. I'm turning with you. So this would be a subsection C, reading,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. that's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Are we bypassing the second one you had on this list, page 3, line 21?
That's 211.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong amendment sheet here. My bad, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
okay, am I on the right one? Yeah,
Yes.
I think I am. Okay, so page 4, line 20. Insert a new subsection C. That would read, nothing in this section shall prohibit or restrict emergency atmospheric operations conducted under the direction of the governor for wildlife or wildfire suppression, flood control, or public safety purposes.
Is there any discussion on this?
Just a second. I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Representative Davis.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, what is the definition of an emergency atmospheric operation?
Could you answer that?
I think that they're talking about like when they spray the dust for wildfires, things like that. I don't know if there was a definition in here on that, so should we add a definition?
Mr. Chairman, my question is, what is the definition? Is it a powder? Is it a surfactant? Is it water? What are we talking about? What would authorize an emergency atmospheric operation? What's the trigger on it?
I guess it would just be at the direction of the governor, you know, I mean. But it says for wildfire suppression, flood control, or public safety purposes, so. I don't know if we need to, do we need to have a definition of that, Anna?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson and Representative Davis, I think if you change the wording a little bit to say maybe along the lines of as the governor, when the governor determines that there's an emergency or something along those lines, and kind of leave that in his hands. But emergency atmospheric operation might need a definition. I don't know off the top of my head what that would be, though.
Yes.
Yeah. Um,
Representative.
Thank you. Could it be a state emergency, a state, like fire or flood? I mean, that's already described in statute, I believe, when we have natural disasters or emergencies.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, I'm trying to see if we have a definition of that somewhere in statute. It doesn't, I mean, we have citations to like a declared state of emergency. So I suppose you could just leave that in the hands of the governor and say, when the governor has declared a state of emergency, then these sort of operations can be used for wildfire suppression, flood control, public safety, things like that.
Representative Davis, does that satisfy your concern?
Mr. Chairman, no, it doesn't. I'm not, we're talking about cloud seeding here. And we're using that so in order for that cloud seeding event to occur, right? Well, if we're gonna use it, isn't that what this bill is about here? If we're gonna use that determination in there, does that put that into the toolbox? If we're gonna reference it in an emergency, is my question, I guess. So I'm not sure where that would fall in. So I'm a little bit confused.
Okay, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Representative Davis, I think it is saying emergency atmospheric operations. It's not saying specifically cloud seeding. We're just allowing the governor in the state of an emergency for our state to be able to, it says nothing in this section shall prohibit or restrict emergency atmospheric operations. It doesn't say emergency cloud seeding conducted under the direction of the governor. So we just wanted to make sure that the governor had the ability to deal with things if there's an emergency in our state, so.
Okay,
Mis-
Representative
Mr.
Provenza.
Mr. Chairman, I think the bill is supposed to address a single action, correct? And that by introducing that into the bill, we're changing the intent of the bill. Is if I'm, our bills are supposed to reflect a single action. And seem to be clouding it up by putting this in there that reflects something totally different.
Was that a pun? You said clouding it up. I was just curious.
Well, it could be, but. Okay, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My other question would be if we're asking the governor to have to do a state of emergency, what other statutory power he might be given in doing that? So like, I would like to know what the other ins and outs are of state of emergency, particularly in public health crisis, because I think there's other powers that gives the governor, expanding the governor's power to do things. And that's a policy question for this committee, if that's something that they want to do.
Any other thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to go along with what Representative Provenza was saying, when I mentioned that state of emergency or whatever that does, that envelops the whole thing. I think, and my interpretation of this is that nothing in this section shall prohibit or restrict emergency atmospheric operations. I think what the intent was, and they can clarify it, is just to say, putting an airplane in the air to drop fire suppressant, it does not go against the bill. I think that's what the intent was, although it sure opens up a big, another thing that goes on to other discussions. So as that goes, I would say no.
So do we need to put in another word or two in there or take one out? Any thoughts?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think to answer your question, it's a question for the committee to determine what do we know what emergency atmospheric operations are? If we change that wording to, when you include the word emergency, it just gets hairy. So I don't, but you also, with the purview of the committee, might not want to authorize the governor to make any decisions about cloud seeding whenever he or she wants. So that's a policy decision for this body.
Okay, do you have some wording that would clarify that?
Mr. Chairman, I don't, because I think that I think you pull on a string and you run into a bunch of other problems.
And
So I'm not all knowing. I don't know everything.
So where does that leave us?
and Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Senator Hyde?
sorry, Mr. Chairman,
Okay, go ahead.
just so you're aware too, a lot of these determinations are made by the Office of Homeland Security and the governor. So I don't necessarily know if we want to include language pertaining to the Office of Homeland Security as well. But I don't want to muddy the waters, but I just wanted to make sure that we're being concise with new statutes and things like that.
Okay, Senator Hyde?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I'm against putting Homeland Security in there. It brings the feds into the mix that I don't prefer. And number two, I think that it maybe is confusing and we don't have the language. So I'm going to have a hard time voting for it as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, we do have a Wyoming Department of Homeland Security, so it doesn't necessarily invoke the federal government.
Does that change your opinion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. I guess we need to vote on it. So all those in favor of, in support of this amendment, please raise your hand. Any opposed? It was defeated unanimously, I guess. So we go to the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, the next amendment for your consideration. Page 6, line 14. Okay, after punishable, strike by a fine of not more than $50,000 per occurrence, and insert little I for a first violation by a fine of not more than $10,000. And II, little II, for a second or subsequent violation by a fine of not more than $50,000 per occurrence.
Is there any,
Need a second.
okay. Any second for that? Do we have a second? I guess not. So that has been struck down by not having a second on the motion. So we'll go to the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next amendment for your consideration is on page 7, line 16. Line 16. After means, insert the following change. Either by direct grant, by contract, or other cooperative means, the legislature shall appropriate $1,200,000 each budget year from the general fund to the Department of Environmental Quality for the purpose of conducting the baseline study required by this act for the period beginning July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2037.
Okay, any discussion?
Is there a second?
Do we have a second? Representative Provenza. So now is there any discussion? Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm against this amendment. I think that, there's a lot of studies out there already. I kind of testified a little earlier, commented a little earlier. I think maybe it's better that we just don't do a study in this bill, period. $1.2 million is just there again. We've had study after study of this stuff for 50, 60, 70 years, and we still don't really have any measurable evidence that any of this is really doing any good. I think that I wouldn't want to spend the taxpayer money on another study for this, so I'm against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Just a minute. Honor, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just so the committee's aware, this amendment might also, it could potentially unconstitutionally bind future legislatures by telling them that they need to appropriate the money in statute for like the next 10 years or so. So there might be an issue with that as well, just so the committee's aware.
So you're right along the same lines as what Senator Ide said. We don't need to do another study.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not offering an opinion on whether or not a study needs to be made. I just figured I should give you
Yes, thank
some
you.
legal advice just in case.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think a friendly amendment to that then to try and pull us into constitutionality would be just an appropriation for the upcoming biennium, right? And then then we're not mandating that the 69th or 70th legislature has to do anything. And then we're not worried about constitutionality concerns. So that would be my friendly amendment to this if the bringer of the amendment supports that.
Are you still a no vote?
She brought the amendment. Oh, yeah, she brought the amendment.
Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm kind of leaning towards Senator Ide's view on this about creating an appropriation, maybe for, I don't know that we need more studies on this. And obviously, some people in our panel think that if we are going to put a moratorium on cloud seeding, that it would be very difficult to do a study if they aren't cloud seeding. So I guess the committee can vote on this. with Representative Provenza's amendment in there or whatever, but I'm kind of, I don't know. I don't know what to say because I'm kind of feeling the same way that Senator Ide is feeling, you know, why are we throwing more money at it if they clearly said that doing a study on something, if there's a moratorium on cloud seeding. Oh, just withdraw the amendment?
Yeah.
Oh,
Just withdraw the amendment.
all right.
Withdraw your motion.
I would like to make a motion to withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that this amendment be withdrawn. So I guess that we need to vote on the,
Mr. Chairman.
yes. Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to propose an amendment to, on page 3, line 13. It says, notwithstanding any state or federal law. I'd like to remove federal or federal. That's my motion.
Do we have a second?
Sure.
We have it's been moved in second that this new amendment would be that we would remove federal out of that particular paragraph on page 3, line 13. Any discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess then my question is, are we then, how does that impact the rest of the bill in terms of DEQ and the other agencies that we are providing direction to? Are we potentially asking them to commit violations of federal law that might put us in hot water with funding? I mean, there's different mechanisms. So what are the potential outcomes of your amendment to the actions that we ask of in this bill?
Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Provenza. You know, that I've kind of got another further amendment that may address that. I'm not sure if it will or not as far as to answer your question, but I think that, I mean, I'm always of the opinion not to forfeit any of our authority to the federal government, that when we, you know, are making state decisions here and potentially, you know, I think that would be incumbent probably on the agency to review that possibly on their own. And all of these bills that we see in the legislature here, seems like we always acquiesce and try to defer to the federal government. So I don't know if that answers the question, but maybe Senator Crago has something to say about that. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Crago.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. So it does exactly by removing the word federal or federal, you're doing the exact opposite of what you want to do, Co-Chairman Ide, because you're saying notwithstanding means we're ignoring all other laws. And so when you take out or federal law, we are then acquiescing to federal law. So it does the exact opposite of what you're trying. Your amendment does the exact opposite of what you're wanting to do. Just, you can ask Anna about that, but that's what notwithstanding means.
Gonna remove it. Thank you, Senator. Senator Ide is contemplating that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Crago. Anna, would you give a legal thought on that from LSO, if you don't mind? I'm still struggling with that. I don't know if that's fully correct or not, but he's smarter than I am being in the law field. It's a good question. Thank you.
Chairman Winter, Chairman Ide, so Senator Crago's correct. Basically, what notwithstanding any state or federal law means is that you're disregarding state or federal law and you're going to do the cloud seeding moratorium regardless of what it happens to say.
Okay.
is the intent of the, well, is the intent of that subsection, that language.
Senator Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll agree with that, and I'll hold Senator Crago accountable for that if anything wrong goes wrong. Thank you. Yeah, I'll withdraw my amendment. Thank you.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make an amendment. Sounds like it's the season for it. Page 2, line 17, after mixed results, delete the rest of that line all the way down to line 23. Because I am assuming that there's not scientific data here. These are just presumptions, theories of what this, I mean, we know to the mixed results is true. We've had testimony about that. But the rest of this seems to be opinion, in my opinion. So I'd like to delete it.
Do we have a second? Okay, do we have any discussion? Representative Provenza?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would, maybe what we heard in testimony today too was that lines 21 through 23 from Dr. French, there's no there's no baseline or understanding, like there's no studies that they're aware of that say evidence suggests that cloud seeding may not redistribute precipitation rather than increase total regional weather supply. So I think adding those 3 lines to that would also grab at the making our motions more accurate in what the understanding is.
Representative Davis, you have a thought on that?
That was my intent.
Okay. Any more discussion? Seeing none. So this amendment takes in from line 16 through line 23, is that correct? Ms. Johnson? On page 2?
Mr. Chairman, it starts, so it's deleted on line 17 after mixed results. That line is deleted and then everything from 18 to 23 is also deleted.
Okay. So all those in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Did you get that, Anna? Did you oppose it?
No, I didn't need to vote. I think you.
Okay. So it did pass? Okay, thank you. Are there any other amendments? Senator Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we got rid of the appropriation, I think LSO can probably help me with this, but I think anywhere where we're directing any agencies to do a study should be probably removed from the bill. And that would be my motion. Any areas in the bill that reference studies by an agency should be deleted.
You have a second? Senator Crago did that, so it's been moved and seconded that, what was your amendment again?
Mr. Chairman, it would be to not require any studies since we can't
Okay.
really mandate an agency without any funding to do any studies, I would assume.
Okay. So all in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, motion passed. Yes, Senator Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. One last amendment here, page 6, line 9, unauthorized cloud seeding prohibited. It says any person. I would like to add language after person that includes government agencies would be fined also in there, not just person. Or government entities for that matter. That would be my motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The statutory language of person would encompass agency folks as well. So I think LSO would agree with me. If they don't, I'd invite them to tell us. But person is a word that we use as like somewhat of a placeholder, but it encompasses like individual person or agency involvement.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, would that, yeah, and I think I referenced agencies and you did too, but what about any government entity?
Representative.
Mr. Chairman, person would encompass that, and then I guess I would ask the question, so if you include any government entity conducting cloud seeding, and then we go to we're saying misdemeanors and fines, who do you prosecute? So if you have person, you're prosecuting, like, we can identify who those persons are, and yeah, there's a statutory like reason, the same reason that we use every time we talk about like say a pronoun in here, we say he, right? That doesn't mean that women aren't applicable to the law. It just is, it's a word we put in so we don't have our statute books be this much wider because we include everyone under the sun. And if you start saying government entity, then the question for the court becomes, well, did they also intend to include these other types of groups?
Okay, I think we have an answer. Senator Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So person, according to 81102, includes an individual, partnership, corporation, joint stock company, or any other association or entity, public or private. So everything, everybody, everything is included in that definition
Okay,
of the word person.
thank you.
Mr.
Senator
Chairman,
Hyde.
I think with that, there again, thank you, Senator Craigo, and I'll withdraw my motion on that amendment.
Thank you.
And thank you, Representative Provenza as well. Yeah. I hope you guys are right. I want to include it anyway, but I'll withdraw my motion.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have another motion for you.
Okay, go
An
ahead.
amendment, excuse me, not a motion, an amendment. On that same page, line 6, or page 6, line 12. After modification, within the airspace of the state of Wyoming. So it would read, any person conducting cloud seeding or weather modification within the airspace of the state of Wyoming without the authorization during this moratorium or.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion been made and seconded that we have this latest amendment. Do you have something to add? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you or LSO clarify that amendment on which page and what? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Hyde, so that's going to be on page 6, line 12 after modification. You would be adding within the airspace over the state of Wyoming.
Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion?
You moved it. Seconded it down there.
Okay. All those in favor of this amendment, please raise your hand. Thank you. No opposed. Okay, are there any more amendments? Senator Love?
I more maybe have a question. So in what we just modified, we're referencing an authorization process somewhere. Do we need to identify who's in charge of that?
What, anybody have an answer for that? Who authorizes this? Is that your question? I guess the Wyoming legislature. Representative Provenza?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I think my question, when we still had public comment, I was looking for an answer. I think the answer is we don't know yet. So we would maybe want to define that. Then the question is, who should be in charge of that? Should it be DEQ? Should it be the governor's office? Should it be, I mean, I don't know that answer. And no one jumped up and down and said we want to do it. So I'm a little hesitant to say we're providing this authorization procedure to this agency.
Okay, Representative Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wouldn't we have to, as a legislature, authorize this? You know what I'm saying? We would have to pass a bill to authorize cloud seeding. So we would have the authority to negate the authorization, negate this bill. That's my understanding.
Ms. Johnson, do you have an answer for that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Johnson, the only cloud seeding that the legislature is funding right now is ground-based. I think that this bill would put a moratorium on that. And, I mean, without authorization is a little bit vague. I don't necessarily know during the moratorium who would be doing cloud seeding during that time period. I guess I don't really have a great answer for who would or would not authorize that. I mean, it is kind of up in the air and a little bit vague.
Yes, Senator Love?
Mr. Chairman, through you. So as our state engineer pointed out in testimony, this section kind of contradicts the purpose of the bill. And so without identifying that and referring to the opportunity for authorization to do so, I would think we would want to put some definition in there. I'm not sure what that looks like though, and without a funding model, we also then are telling the state engineer's office to go find money for this. And so we've stripped the study out of it. I'm just trying to put my head around what we're going to ask everybody to do.
Representative Provenza?
Mr. Chairman, I think without clarification, like a clear understanding of what the implications are, I would just remove it. I mean, that's my recommendation, is remove the remove without authorization. Any person conducting cloud seeding or weather modification during the moratorium period required commits a misdemeanor. I don't know, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Okay. Representative Davis, is that agreeable to you? Oh, I'm sorry.
Senator Love.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
How about you? Are you in agreement with that?
Mr. Chairman, through you, yes, I believe that answers the question.
Okay, thank you. So do we know where we're at on this? Senator Ide, you have it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. One more time, Anna, would you go ahead and clarify that amendment if we're done with discussion? Thank you.
I don't necessarily know that an amendment was moved. I think that Representative Provenza was making some suggestions, but I don't know if she wants to move that.
Sure, I move without, striking without authorization.
Second again.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Yes, Representative Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to have a moratorium for 10 years. What if some miracle, we have cloud seeding that works and we have hundreds of acres feet of water? The legislature could act then to allow cloud seeding without, we would be the authorization for future cloud seeding within this 10-year period. We would bring this back up and discuss it in the legislature. That's the way I think it would work.
Yes, Representative Provenza.
Mr. Chairman, which is precisely why you don't need this language. Because you would have to change the law to provide authorization. We don't have meetings. I've never been to a legislative meeting where we sat down and listened to people coming and asking for permission to do a thing. And we said, okay, we're going to sign an MOU with you. We write laws. So we would have to change the law. There's no authorization process that we have been granted under the Constitution that gives us authority to do case-by-case basis.
Senator Craigo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just was going to point out that I think we have to take this language out or we're going to put our state engineer in an impossible situation. It's his job to issue these permits. I mean, which that part of the Green Books is not in the bill. So you got to go pull this out and look at it, right? It's the state engineer's job to issue those permits. And so now we're saying no one can do this without authorization. What we're really trying to say is no one can do this, period. So let's not put our state engineer in this impossible situation where people are coming to him saying, well, you can issue the permit, even though the legislature has clearly spoken, we really don't want that to happen. Or at least that's my belief. That's the intent of the bill, is if it's called a moratorium, we're not doing cloud seeding. So that's just how I read it. I think we about have to take that out so that we don't put the state engineer, whoever it is, in
Ms. Johnson.
over the next 10 years.
Mr. Chairman, just for the committee's information, on page 7, there is a new subsection E in the weather modification statutes that basically prohibits any permits being issued for weather modification until October 1st, 2036, but that's just for your information. As far as taking the language out, that's up to the committee.
So who made this? Did you make
I made the motion.
okay. Would you like to remove that motion or not?
No. I think we leave the motion as is. We strike without authorization.
Okay. All those in favor of this amendment, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous. Are we looking to the people online, to the Zoom members of the committee?
Mr. Chairman, we only have Representative Schmid online and his camera is off currently.
Okay. I guess we'll get along with the votes we got. Senator Ide?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we go to a vote on this, I just wanted to clarify again back to that first amendment where we took out, where I suggested taking out federal law. Just a question, what if we pass this bill and the executive branch or Congress decides to do cloud seeding in Wyoming? Does that language still protect us there by taking out the federal part of that compliance? Yeah. I mean, that's sort of why I'm still struggling with that particular amendment that I brought, or that I withdrew. Thank you.
Chairman Winter, Chairman Ide. So if the federal government decided to do cloud seeding over Wyoming, it's arguable that Wyoming law would be preempted by federal law. And so federal law would most likely stand, well, I mean, I can't offer an opinion on how that would be determined at the end of the day, but there would be an argument that federal law would preempt state law in that situation.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for that, Anna. Yeah, there we get into primacy clause in Article 6, and but that's only with laws pursuant to the laws of the Constitution, and if they're unconstitutional, then they wouldn't have primacy. Anyway, I'm almost kind of wanting to reintroduce my amendment if that's possible. Just I still not convinced on taking that out of there, because there is that possibility, I do believe. Anyway, thank you.
So Chairman Winter, Chairman Ide, so like I stated before, notwithstanding any state or federal law means that basically this bill draft is disregarding state and federal law as it applies to the cloud seeding moratorium. So removing or federal, like Senator Crago said, would yes, it would basically just put it back into play. Federal law wouldn't I'm just trying to.
Senator Crago.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not trying to pull any tricks. I'm not going to be voting for this bill. I just know what Senator Ide's trying to get at, and that's all I was trying to tell him. If he wants to put it back in or do the amendment, I'll vote for it. It actually will put us more in line with the supremacy clause. I'm not voting for the bill, so I'm just pointing that out, that just knowing usually where Senator Ide falls on these sorts of things, I was just trying to be helpful, because pulling that out will say, we don't, federal law will override us no matter what. Notwithstanding says, no matter whatever any other law is out there, this takes supremacy over any other law. That's what notwithstanding means. That's why we don't use it very much. It's sort of it's a big deal when we throw it into the green books. We're saying no matter what else is in all of these other green books, this particular piece of legislation reigns supreme. And so that's why it's in there, because I think it kind of has to for this to have any sort of effect that you want it to have, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Crago. I just brought it up. I had that last thought. If something subsequent to what we do now, what Congress does, I just want to be cognizant of protecting our state sovereignty, and I will not bring that amendment back again. I think you were convincing there. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any more amendments? Seeing none? I guess we can vote on this bill.
Roll call.
Discussion, maybe?
Yeah, discussion.
Yeah, we could have some discussion before we vote. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity for some quick discussion. As I said, I won't be voting for this bill. This is more, we've talked a lot today about money. And this bill isn't really about money, because we get to control the money. If we don't want to fund cloud seeding, we don't have to fund cloud seeding. The state does not have to pay $1. We do that through our budget. We do it through our water bills that come to us every year. That's where we get to make the decision about money. this is not only telling everybody in the state of Wyoming, because there are other entities that do this. There are private companies that do this. There are some smaller governmental entities that do this, irrigation districts. I think conservation districts have, over the years, have had a say in some of this. I don't know if they've actually spent money, but they believe this is important. And in their local, smaller governmental units, they use this. And so we are not only saying, A, we're not going to ever pay for this over the next 10 years, but we're prohibiting other people from making that decision on their own. Some rather large corporations in the southwest corner of our state use this. And it's because they believe it's important. They believe it works. They're not doing it to just throw money out the window. And so I just want to be clear that this bill is not about money. If we don't want to vote for money, so be it. The legislature spoke last year and we took that money out. And I think we can continue to do that if it's about money. If we're saying it's about something else, then I guess this bill has to pass to prevent cloud seeding in general. I think it's, I'm not as worried about that. I think has shown that it does work in certain places, maybe not always. And I think that's, up for discussion. But as far as telling the whole state and every single entity in the state besides just us as the state, I don't think I'm willing to go that far. So that's why I'll be a no. And I appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be a no also because I do not want to take this tool out of the negotiation on the Colorado River Compact. That is a big issue. We're looking at it. And not only that one, but after the meeting up there in Jackson, the Snake River is also the next one in line here. So I would prefer not to take this tool out of the toolbox for the negotiations of upcoming, so.
Okay, thank you. Any more discussion? Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, through you. As I think through the conversation on this, and we've had a lot of testimony, the original thought process to me behind this bill was to kind of pause the cloud seeding for a moment and go find information that's going to help us make better decisions. At this point, we've taken out any funding opportunity. We've taken out any study opportunity to educate ourselves. We've removed a lot of things. And at this point, I think we've stripped it down to just a moratorium on cloud seeding, which at this point in negotiations is going to hurt us in several different drainages around the state as we move forward. And I'm not sure how we answer for that. So I'm not sure this bill any longer represents the intent it originally had.
Any more discussion? Yes, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think some of the concerns my colleagues bring up are important. And the only thing I would maybe add to that is, folks who support the bill also have concerns about how this impacts maybe things like wildfire suppression, flood control, or public safety purposes. And we failed to put an amendment in this bill that provides any exception for anything like that. I think the unintended consequences of this bill might come back to haunt us. And we've amended this bill substantially today. I don't know if we all know exactly what this bill is doing. I mean, we have conceptual amendments in this bill now, which means that when this bill comes to the floor, we aren't going to recognize it compared to today. That's not the role of a committee, Mr. Chairman. The role of the committee is to bring a bill that is well vetted, that we know exactly what we're signing the people of Wyoming up for. And I don't know what we're signing people up for when we don't have an exemption in here about fire suppression. So we like to say the word prime time. This bill's not ready for it, unfortunately. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be voting no for those reasons.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments? Representative Johnson? Okay. You have a second?
It was already moved and
Okay.
seconded, I think.
Right. So I guess we go ahead and have the roll call vote.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote to sponsor 26 LSO 0210 cloud seeding moratorium as amended. Senator Crago. Senator Love. Senator McEwen is excused. Senator Pearson.
No.
Representative Banks. I don't think he's online any longer, Mr. Chairman.
So what's the response for him?
Mr. Chairman, you can excuse him if you'd like to.
Can what?
You can say he's excused if you'd like.
Okay. We'll say that Representative Banks is excused.
Representative Davis.
No.
Representative Eklund is excused. Representative Johnson.
Aye.
Representative Ottman.
Aye.
Representative Provenza.
No.
Representative Schmid.
Excused, I guess.
Representative Strzok.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Ide.
Aye.
Chairman Winter.
Aye.
That is 5 aye, 5 no, Mr. Chairman.
5 ayes, 5 noes.
Okay, I guess it doesn't pass.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Co-Chairman Ide?
Would you say, I missed the 5 ayes, 5 noes? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Senator Pearson?
I don't know if this is possible, but Mike Schmidt said, can you take my proxy vote? But I don't know what that means, so. Because he's not on right at the very moment, so,
He's asking you to give his vote, I think.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we don't do proxy votes for interim committees.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
The rules don't allow for proxy voting during interim committee
Okay.
meetings.
Thank you. So having a tie vote like that means that it did not pass, is that correct? Okay, thank you. I guess we can go to LSO 0211. You want to move that, Bill?
Mr. Chairman, we don't necessarily just move the bill. We would have that bill presented to us and then we would open
Okay.
for questions and public comment.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we have 26 LSO 211 Clean Air and Geoengineering Prohibition Act before you right now. So beginning on page 2, there are a number of legislative findings. And then on page 3, there are definitions of atmospheric contaminant, which has a staff comment below it that indicates the committee may wish to include automotive emissions as well as other kinds of atmospheric emissions into the definition. There are also definitions of geoengineering, solar radiation management, stratospheric aerosol injection, weather modification, and this act. And so we have the newly created 3511-2204, which prohibits the intentional injection, release, or dispersal of any atmospheric contaminant within Wyoming or into Wyoming's airspace for the purpose of altering climate, weather, or solar radiation. Subsection B, beginning on page 5, prohibits solar radiation management, stratospheric aerosol injection, weather modification, and atmospheric polluting interventions. Subsection C, beginning on page 6, exempts commercial aviation or satellite operations, weather observation and forecasting, permitted agricultural crop dusting, fire suppression, lawful activities expressly authorized by state or federal environmental laws. Subsection D on page 7 prohibits the use of various aircraft to be used for the intentional release or dispersal of atmospheric contaminants, with some exceptions. Subsection E on page 7 authorizes the Department of Environmental Quality to issue cease and desist orders upon discovery of any prohibited activity under this section. And subsection F on page 7 directs DEQ to notify the federal government, other states, or international entities who are committing prohibited activities under this act and assert that those activities are illegal in Wyoming. Subsection G on page 8 prohibits the retaliation against, harassment, discipline, or discrimination against any person on the basis of the person reported a suspected violation of this act. And then in subsection H on page 8, there are criminal penalties for violation of the act. The staff comment on the top of page 9 indicates that the committee may wish to consider altering the criminal penalties because there are situations where a violation would be on a very minor scale, and the penalties may be seen as excessive under those circumstances. Section 2 on page 9 repeals Wyoming Statute 91905 through 909, which authorize weather modification and cloud seeding. The repealed language is in the staff comment on the bottom of page 9. Section 3 on page 11 directs DEQ to promulgate rules, and then section 4 on page 11 provides an immediate effective date. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Can you move this bill now?
Yes.
Is there any comments on the presentation? Come forward. Representative Locke, would you like to start?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Tony Locke, House District 35 representative up in Natrona County. And I want to speak briefly on this bill and just speak with, I'm in favor of this bill. I'd like to see us push this forward. This is really in my opinion, this is the hottest topic here is blocking the geoengineering. And really it's the stratospheric atmospheric injection that's really going on. Everybody in this room has seen it. We know what it looks like. We know that there's a plethora of data out there, and I know you guys have heard the experts, so please reflect back on a lot of the experts that have already spoken to talk about this, but this is really the hottest topic in my opinion. I wanted to, again, just give my reinforcement to this. What is happening when I first got involved in looking into this bill, there were probably about 15 or 20 states starting to dive into this and starting to put bills forward to try to do something about it. Now, I think you guys heard testimony earlier today that there's at least 30, I believe maybe even as many as 34 states are starting to realize, hey, wait a minute, this is not informed consent of our population. Okay, and I get calls, I wouldn't say every day, but very frequently from people all over the state that are saying, hey, did you look at the skies today? I think I mentioned in my last testimony the fact that I've sat there many times. I used one specific event on a Saturday where I watched the crisscross across the sky by about 12 o'clock, and by about 3:30 you saw the entire haze that was over Casper. I just want to, again, reinforce that it's important that not only the resolution is a great step to push back on the federal government, and there are people in the federal government that are pushing this topic as well. There's no doubt about it. There are senators and representatives that are pushing it. But I believe that we as a state need to take a stand on this as well and push back on this geoengineering and just make sure that the dispersion of these toxic metals and chemicals into our upper atmosphere that have the potential to affect us. First of all, this is uninformed consent. This is being done very covertly, although the information is actually out there. As you know, no, there's not that many people admitting it, but again, I just asked this committee to take this serious. I think it's a very important topic, and you can tell it's a very important topic by the fact that people are waking up across this country and starting to push back on it very hard. I want to thank this committee for the opportunity to speak, and again, I ask you to reflect on some of the testimony earlier today from some of the experts like Mr. Wigington, Mrs. Chrysler, who spoke earlier on, had a lot of information. A lot of that information was relevant to this bill. And I would just ask that you consider that as well as part of this testimony. I don't know if either one of them will be able to speak, but again, thank you for the opportunity, and I hope that you can push this forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Locke? Senator Craigle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So earlier, we passed the resolution that asked Congress to act on this particular issue, and voted for it. And one of the reasons I did is I think this is a federal issue. And so I guess my question is for you. We heard testimony earlier from various folks about how it's their belief that the federal government's involved in this, that they're actually either paying for or directly involved in doing some of these activities. How do we as a state stop the federal government from flying over our state in federal airspace? What do we do about that, Representative?
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for that question. I do know it is a tricky issue, and the resolution, I think, is a good first step. But I do think we need to take, I think the bill starts moving us in the direction where we, as a state, take some of our sovereignty back and try to push back against the federal government more aggressively. I understand the fact that this concept is, well, gee, how do we stop the federal government from spraying, doing these stratospheric aerosol injections? But the truth is, the question we maybe should be asking is, why are we allowing them to do that without informed consent of our population, of our people, of our state? Maybe that's a question we should be asking rather than, geez, how do we fight back? Maybe we should be fighting back and saying, we need to be pushing our own sovereignty and trying to find ways to do that. I know this bill may not be perfect, but it's at least hopefully moving us in the right direction of doing that.
Senator Craigle.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Representative, I don't necessarily disagree with that. My question is, practically, how do we do that, right? We can put whatever we want in the green books. How do we enforce it? What is the mechanism? What's the process of actually stopping the airplanes that are flying over our state doing this? What's that look like? Give me a practical look into that.
Representative, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator. I do know it is a tricky issue from that perspective, but I think, at least with this bill, I think the goal is to start, I think part of the process here is for us to say, you're not allowed to do this. Lay down some laws, put some mechanisms in place where people who see this, we can start tracking it, paying attention to it, getting it reported. Whether we have the capability at this moment to specifically to stop the federal government from doing, I will not argue with you. I know that's a much more complicated question. But I think the objective with the bill is for us to start laying down some approaches to try to put some mechanisms in place to try to put a stop to it. Again, I understand there's some complexities with that. I probably don't know them as deeply as I'd like to, but I do think moving in this direction is a good start.
Senator Craigle.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. So we passed this law. I tell my constituents back home we did something and we really did nothing because they're going to continue to see whatever they're seeing today because we have no way of stopping it. Is that the gist of what I'm getting from you? Because I need to be able to tell the folks back home, yeah, we did, if we're going to do this, we need to be able to actually enforce it and do something rather than just put words in a green book. They're going to want to see results. What are those results? And that's what I'm trying to get at, which is why I'm supportive of asking our federal delegation to dig into this, right? Like, we need their help. I'm just not sure how we're doing it at the state level. And so, again, what do I tell the folks back home when they don't see results?
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if I have the perfect answer to that, Senator. In all fairness, I don't. But I do think that, I know there's some amendments to try to put at least as good a teeth as we think we can put into this bill that I think are, at least have been proposed. I don't know that they've been proposed to this committee yet, but I do think we're at least trying to put the best we can, trying to put teeth into this. I will say that the original bill, and I know that this has been changed a little bit, there was an attempt to try to capture some of the mechanisms that were used by other states to try to put some teeth into it, if you will. So I understand your question, Senator, I really do. I do think that we do need to look hard at where can we put some teeth in that we can actually enforce. And I do also understand it is a complicated issue, so I'll not discount that question. That being said, it's one of those things that I think is very important. And again, I think we as a state really do want to back up to, right now it's happening, and it's not informed consent, really. We're not consenting to this because it's being hidden. And so at some level, this is bringing it to the surface. I believe there may be a process of getting the appropriate level of teeth into this to try to stop it, and certainly to try to push back. So anyway, I don't know if I've answered your question, but hopefully I've, but I understand it is a complicated issue. Again, I ask that we move forward if we possibly can. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna keep trying to get to what's the teeth mean? So at what point do we take action that takes these aircrafts out if we're not? I mean, because you mentioned, getting it reported. Well, who are we reporting to if the federal government is involved in this? And then at what point, what's the extent that we need to go to protect the people of Wyoming if we're concerned that we're poisoning them against their consent? Are we talking about ground to air missiles? I mean, what is the implication that we're being asked to? Because if this is opening the door and it doesn't solve the problem that folks are concerned about, what's the end game? What are we going to have to do to ensure the safety of the people of Wyoming if this is an issue?
Yeah, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Provenza. So admittedly, it's not long teeth, and they're not that sharp in here, but at least it's starting to try to put the mechanism in here where people have the ability to report to DEQ, get DEQ involved in the assessment of what's happening out there, and giving them some mechanisms to push back on the federal government. Again, are they sharp and long teeth that do the damage we may want to do? Probably not yet. But again, I think that it's a process we need to move into, start pushing back. I think all of the states, to be honest with you, are struggling with the exact questions that you've asked here today, to be honest with you, is how do we get legitimate teeth in there? We can say things. For example, I believe Florida, they did things where they put restrictions on their airports to try to put some blocking to this. Is that the right set of teeth? I don't know. And is that something I know that Ms. Chrysler, who spoke earlier today, spoke about that? Is that the right set of teeth? I don't know that I know that's the right one, but I think we are all right now trying to look at the best way to approach this. And I think it'll be a process, but I think taking a step in this direction is at least the right move. Thank you.
Quick follow-up.
Yes, go ahead.
You mentioned, Representative Block, you mentioned restricting airports. Does that mean not allowing for the federal government to use our airports?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was not proposing that for Wyoming. I was not. I can't remember exactly how Florida implemented it. They implemented it, and I will apologize. I probably should have understood exactly how they did that before. But Florida put something in place to where I better not speak to it. I know it has something to do with aircrafts either being able to or not being able to land at their airports if they were performing this action. And I apologize that I don't know that better, because that is certainly on me, and I should have understood that better. But sorry I brought that up in the absence of sufficient information. But
Okay. Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, you allude to the DEQ, the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality. Is that correct? That's the agency you want these violations to report to?
Representative Locke?
On page 1 there?
thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I believe in this bill, I thought that that was what we were attempting to do, was to start getting our departments involved, to get involved in this process, to try to put a process in place. First of all, to give people the ability to report it, give one of our departments, our agency seems like the most appropriate one, to actually be the point of reporting, and then giving them the ability to start the process of pushing back, as when you get back in the document, and I probably won't be able to find it, but when you get back in the document, the intent in the document, I believe, was to give them the ability to then push back on the federal government when they have done it in the absence of proper authorization. That being said, I understand what has been said before. There aren't any teeth there, but in my opinion, it doesn't mean we don't start taking a step in this direction.
Follow up,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman? Yeah, why I'm alluding to that is, Wyoming's airspace is only 500 foot above the ground. So where these acts would be occurring would be up in federal airspace. Would you not agree with that?
Representative, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Davis. I won't claim to know where our space ends and their airspace begins, with that being said. But there are still laws and things out there in terms of informed consent of things that are being done to our people. And I think we here in Wyoming need to take a stand on that. Whether it's at 500 feet or whether it's at 10 or 20 or 1,000 feet, they're dropping it over our airspace. And there's been this discussion about getting into the jet stream and it going out of the state. Well, let me give you a perfect example, and I'll go back just briefly. I shouldn't say briefly, but anyway, I'll go back real quickly to that day. Just one example, many of which, and probably everybody in this room has seen them, where they crisscross your sky, and 3 hours later, it's not haze that vanished into Utah or vanished into a different state. It's a haze that now hangs over Casper when I'm there. It's a haze that hangs over your town when you're there. So these are things that are dropping. Now, sure, they're in the high altitude, but guess what? They're dropping on the ground right in front of us. And that's been seen and visualized from these geoengineering sprays as well. So.
One more follow-up, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
go ahead.
So if I'm following your train of thought there, then the smoke and dissipants from fires that fall over Casper for weeks on end, we would report that to the DEQ, and then they could go after that state that the fire is occurring in. And, I'm just trying to follow what you're just laid out there.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that question, Representative. Absolutely not. I didn't say anything about that, about the fire that's in the neighboring state. Well, it's pretty hard for us to go after God for those. And it is not our intent. It's not our intent to go after Montana or Idaho or any other state for that. Acts of God are acts of God, and we're not attempting to go after God for what happens on this planet. On the other hand, when it's intentionally being sprayed overhead by a federal government that's trying to hide it from us, I absolutely believe we should be putting mechanisms in place to go after them.
Senator or Co-Chairman Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Locke, for your testimony. I hear a lot of pushback on, what are we doing here? Why this doesn't really do anything? There's no teeth in it. I think your testimony was good. I think it's our job as a legislature to protect the environmental quality of the citizens of this state. And if we sit back and do nothing, we're not really doing our job here. And whether it has, any effect or not, at least we're putting something in place to recognize we think there's a problem and there's a way to report this and there's a way to address this. And whether anything comes out of that or not, this is a good first step in the plumbing to maybe push back against what we believe may be going on in our skies above. So thank you for your testimony, and I'm in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to vote?
No public comment.
Okay, I'm sorry. Apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Todd Parfit, Director of the Department of Environmental Quality. I would just note that the way I read the draft bill, it's to address intentional injection or release of atmospheric contaminants for the purpose of altering climate, weather, or solar radiation. So there's a specific purpose that we're also looking at here. So I think that's important to keep in mind. I have 4 very short comments on the bill.
Go ahead.
The first is on page 4, line 21, and we make reference to large-scale manipulation of environmental processes. And I think it would be useful or helpful to define what large scale is. We could do that by rule, but I just would point that out, that I'm not quite certain what we mean by large scale. The second comment would be on page 4, again, line 4, and page 6, line 13. And we talk about standard aviation and we talk about commercial aviation. And I'm not sure what the difference is, if we're intended to be different or if we would be better off having consistent language. The third comment is on page 8, lines 9 through 21. And this is a suggestion, since we already have statutes in the Environmental Quality Act, namely 3511-901J, that discusses criminal penalties. So I would just suggest that LSO maybe take a look at that and make sure that there's no conflict with the provisions in this bill and the provisions in 3511-901J. And then lastly, the way the rule is that the DEQ would be, or the bill, the DEQ would have to develop rules. We would have to investigate complaints that we receive, and we do from time to time receive those complaints. We would have to take enforcement and work with the appropriate enforcement agencies. And then we would most certainly have litigation. With that in mind, we would have to have an appropriation, to have the appropriate staff to be able to implement this. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Do we have any questions? Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Parfit, thank you very much. And I'm going to rely on you for your expertise and the job that you do day after day, because I would like some clarification. Okay, as you alluded to, the Clean Air Act, I believe you alluded to that, was enacted in 1970, and it includes various air pollution issues, including acid rain, urban air pollution, toxic air emissions, stratospheric ozone depletion. The Act, excuse me, I hit on something. The Act requires the EPA to establish national standards for air quality and assigns primary responsibility to the states to ensure compliance. How is it that you, because I'm thinking that this is kind of related. How is it that you and your office check to make sure that everything is in compliance? And it says, let me see, non-attainment areas must implement specified air pollution control measures. And the Act also establishes standards for mobile sources of air pollution fuels. And not to read, the Clean Air Act's been instrumental in reducing air pollution, improving air quality, saving trillions of dollars, but it includes a comprehensive permit system for major sources of air pollution and addresses the prevention of pollution in areas. So wouldn't this, because 1970, this probably was known to some people, but not a lot of us. So wouldn't that be included in that, to whereas are they already going against the rules and regulations of the Clean Air Act? And how could your office already be, maybe you're already checking that?
Just go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, and Representative Ottman, the way the Clean Air Act works is that the states develop state implementation plans that then are provided to EPA, where we have primacy. We, as a state, have primacy authority over stationary sources, whereas EPA has authority over mobile sources, like airplane emissions. And we've had this conversation with EPA before, when we've had complaints or concerns from citizens where they're thinking that there may be some well, I'll just say with contrails or chemtrails. And so EPA recently updated their website regarding issues related to emissions from airplanes and the like. So we do have six primary air quality pollutants where the standards are established by EPA. And we implement our programs to maintain those air quality standards, which could include particulate matter, I think would probably be the most likely one. And we monitor, we have monitoring stations throughout the state to identify where we're not meeting the standards, the air quality standards as specified in the Clean Air Act. And right now we have one area in the state that was listed for non-attainment. That's in the Upper Green River Basin for wintertime ozone. And we're in the process, now that's back into compliance, we're in the process of going through the formal steps with EPA to have that formally removed as a non-attainment area. So other than that, all of our areas in the state are in attainment with the National Ambient Air Quality Standards.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Parfit, thank you. This is a whole new ball of wax. All right, so we're looking at the Clean Air Act and what the federal regulations is, but to look at that, when do we say you need to up your standards? Because the last time that they updated them was 1990. So when do we say, hey, we in this state think that you need to be looking at this because we're having some problems here, and we would like you to look at it. And it says, okay, they set deadlines and things like that. It says they mandate emission controls for sources of 187 hazardous air pollutants. Are any of the things that we're talking about part of those 187?
Offhand, I don't know what the 100, I can tell you what the 187 pollutants are. But what I can tell you is for the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, they get updated on a regular basis. For example, in 2008, the ozone standard was raised or lowered from 80, I think it was 80 parts per million to 75. And then in 2015, it was again changed from 75 to 70. And that's the current standard. So those get changed on a regular updated, not necessarily a change, but they'll take another look at it on a regular basis for those National Ambient Air Quality Standards.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Parfit. I don't understand, or I don't know. Does lowering that standard make it more stringent or more lax?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, Representative, it makes it more stringent. So we would have to maintain for example, with the wintertime ozone, or just ozone in general, the standard of 70. We would have to achieve that. If we go over that, we would be exceeding the standard, and we could potentially go into non-attainment if we had, I believe it's 3 consecutive years of not achieving the standard.
Okay. Co-chairman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Parfit, thanks for being here. The question I have, I always ask these questions, and people probably get tired of it, and I mean it respectfully. Where does the federal government get its enumerated powers to deal with the environment? Where is that in the Constitution? Just curious if you know that answer. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I don't know where that comes from in the Constitution offhand.
Sir, would you mind looking into that and get an answer for us?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to take a look at the Constitution and see if where there's any reference there. But I believe EPA gets its powers from Congress, and then the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, and the variety of other environmental laws that exist out there.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind giving us a written answer on that. Just a lot of those environmental Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, it's still questionable of whether they had an enumerated power in the Constitution to even make those laws. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So,
Ms. Johnson, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Ide, most of those powers regarding like the Clean Air Act and things like that come either from the Supremacy Clause or the Commerce Clause.
Okay.
And the Takings Clause. Forgot about that one.
Would you look into that and clarify anything that may come up?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to do that. I'll probably lean on our Attorney General's office to assist.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Yes, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just have a question for you. I realize that everyone is concerned about whether we have jurisdiction above a certain number of feet in our state. But would you agree that these dispersions that are happening over our state, we've heard from testimony earlier today through private investigations and scientists that are clearly saying that they are testing the snow and seeing these particulates and these harmful elements. And so how are we not able to protect our airspace? Because those particulates do come down into our airspace. And so how is it that there is no way for the state of Wyoming to protect its people? I mean, it would be different if the federal government could put something up there to keep it all up in their airspace, but they can't, obviously. So why is Wyoming not able to protect their airspace once these particles filter down into ours? Thank you.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman and Senator Pearson, we work closely with the EPA, and we have again, going back to the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, if our monitors show that we're not achieving the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, then we can do something about that. It's a matter of knowing when that's happening. And I'll give you an example of at least how I read this bill, is that we would be able to interact with a company that is trying to do something to, so they're emitting some particulates. I don't know what the exact chemical constituent would be, but they're injecting those for the purposes of modifying climate. We would, under this bill, we would be able to then go to that company and say, look, you're prohibited from doing that. And if you don't stop, then we'll take enforcement action. So I think that's how the intent of this and how I read it anyway. But oftentimes we may not know where the source of a constituent's coming from. You talk about wildfires, and they're going to come from different states. They're going to come from Canada. And I know that's not the intent of this bill, but that will interfere with our monitors for sure. And there's a thing called exceptional events where we have to then define where those monitors are being impacted from something that is not anthropogenic. Kind of drifted on the response to your question, so hopefully I answered that.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I don't know if you realize or if you have access to this, but I happen to know that there are different flight tracking apps now where you can, if a, say, constituent sees something above them, you can see where that flight's coming from, what flight number it is, all of these things. And so could there not be some enforcement in that way where you can, you know, take that flight data and do just what you were saying and telling them to cease and desist, or that it's not allowed in Wyoming, or press charges that way? Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator, I'm not familiar enough with those types of tracking devices if they do exist. I mean, that's something that we would obviously need to explore if this bill were to pass. And that's why I say if we're going to do this, we're going to need an appropriation for the staff necessary to do that kind of tracking. We'll need an appropriation for any other equipment that we would need to do what you're suggesting. But we're not familiar enough with it at this point to know exactly all the ins and outs of that. I think that will come out if this were to pass. We would do rulemaking to try to, refine that.
Okay. Representative Ottman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Parfit, could you explain to me what happened in 2023 and 2024 when Wyoming did not go? Governor Gordon said that, there was a short time to respond to federal funding for some EPA things. Do you recall anything about that?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, we respond to a lot of things with EPA, but I don't know if you're referring to the it's called the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Had a climate
CPRT.
pollution, climate pollution reduction grant. We did not apply to the Climate Pollution Reduction Act and turned back the monies to develop a plan. It was a grant proposal. And we didn't feel that we could spend $3 million, but we weren't going to really receive anything in grant monies from our perspective. So they gave you $3 million to develop a plan, submit it to EPA, and then they would approve a grant for you or not. Well, they only did a handful of those. I can't remember how many states received grants, but it wasn't a lot. We pulled out because we recognized we were not going to be receiving a grant from EPA for that work. And so we decided not to take their money and proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The good representative across over here brought up an interesting point that with the Clean Air Act, you monitor 187 different, is that correct? Particles or elements or?
Mr. Chairman, I think what was being referred to was hazardous air pollutants.
Hazardous air pollutants, 187 or something like that. To your knowledge, have any of them increased from what your normal monitoring is?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that the monitoring, the stations that we have set up in every instance are going to measure those all 187 hazardous air pollutants. We primarily focus on the 6 national ambient air quality standards. So the hazardous air pollutants would come into play typically when we're issuing a permit to a facility that's going to be emitting as a result of their activities. And that would be disclosed in their application, and then we would verify that through sampling.
Follow. So
Go
then,
ahead.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, I was a little off then. I thought you were monitoring what was in, not what they're dispersing, is what you're talking about, right? In the Clean Air Act, what generation from that, say compressor or anything like that, what it's generating, that's what you're monitoring.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And then we use that to be able to establish the limits within their permit of what they can actually, how long they can run and at what rate.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you. And do you have some testimony?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would you state your name and who you represent?
Hi, my name is Jed Rockweller. I'm with the State Engineer's Office. And first off, I would like to apologize. The state engineer had a Colorado River meeting with the 6 other basin states and interior, so he couldn't be here for this bill. I will attempt to go through a few concerns we had with the bill draft as it's written. It shouldn't take very long.
Okay, go ahead.
The first concern we laid out in the last bill as well, on page 1, line 1, the use of the word aeronautics, where we also have ground-based cloud seeding. And I believe there's a proposed amendment that we've seen that would address that. The second concern is on page 3, lines 5 through 10. And page 3, lines 5 through 10 state that pursuant to the 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution, the citizens of Wyoming retain the sovereign right to establish public policy concerning the air, land, and water of the state. Our concern is that historically, Wyoming and other Western states have not relied on the 10th Amendment to exercise authority over the allocation, management, and use of waters within the state. The SEO is concerned that this finding unnecessarily limits Wyoming's authority over water as coming from the 10th Amendment. So a couple examples of that is the state constitution. In the state constitution, the state claims sovereignty over the water occurring within its borders, and that was then ratified by by Congress. In addition, the federal government has historically deferred to the states on water use issues. Our suggestion would be to do something similar to what was done in the first bill. The language the LSO had suggested on page 3, lines 14 through 20 of Bill Draft 208. The next issue we have is on page 9, line 13. This part of the bill repeals all of the language allowing the state engineer to issue permits for weather modification activities. The one we're really concerned about is repealing 91909, which removes any liability. We're concerned that repealing that subject may subject the state, the board, or any state officials or employees to possible liability or responsibility associated with past weather modification activities that we've permitted. And then the last concern that we have is a concern that Brandon brought up on the last bill as well. It's been brought to our attention that there's a concern this bill may prohibit snowmaking, as the bill prohibits the release of any substance for the purpose of affecting weather and prohibits weather modification, which includes any action intended to change natural precipitation. And with that, I will take any questions.
Yes, do we have any questions for the gentleman? Seeing none, we will pursue this a little more with our LSO folks.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, through you, really a question, it was brought up, maybe appropriations on DEQ. Would you be looking at additional personnel to help manage this or just a funding allocation for monitoring?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, we would be looking for probably 2 FTE to be able to implement the proposed bill.
Thank you.
Okay, Co-Chairman Hyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Parfit, thanks for that comment. What specifically would those FTEs be responsible for? Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, as I mentioned, first off, we'd have to do rulemaking. Second, we would have to do inspections of complaints that we would receive and try to track down a source of an emission point that is coming from an airplane or some other I can't remember the whole list of sources for disbursement, but we would have to investigate that. We would have enforcement actions that we would have to take if we get those complaints or hear about an operation that is dispersing those climate changing materials or constituents. And then there would be the litigation and supporting the litigation that might be going on. So, and we're talking about the whole state. So I think that's, we would start there and that's what we would need to implement it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that. Quick follow-up. Your air quality division right now, do you get any reports, inquiries about, chemtrails and that sort of thing right now? And does somebody handle that currently? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, yes, we do. I don't know, we probably had 3 or 4 this year, and those go to our Deputy Director, Nancy Veer, who used to also be the administrator for the Air Quality Division, but she follows up with those.
Anything else? Yeah, Representative Bodman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Parfit. So when you have complaints, is it just that someone complains about seeing things in the air and then your department goes to an airplane or tries to find out who it was that was flying over at that time? Or is it reports possibly from the health department or something like that, or individuals?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative, it's not from health organizations. It's from individuals that, like you said, they see the contrails. And right now, we don't have the ability to figure out where the plane came from, where it landed, what they dispersed. Right now, we just don't have the capabilities to do that. But we do notify EPA as well Because again, they have the jurisdiction over mobile sources, and that fits that category.
Ms. Johnson, did you get the proposed amendments from this gentleman here in the middle? I forget his name, I apologize for that.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I believe I've got them.
Okay, thank you. I was gonna have you provide us a written deal on it, but if she's got them, then we don't need it, so thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if they'd like to provide written amendments, I would appreciate that as well, though.
Okay, is that okay?
Yes, we can do that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just get them to the LSO to Honor Johnson. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, Mrs. Locke, would you like to testify?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee. This will be my last time to testify, so you'll be rid of me. My name's Jamie Locke, and I'm from Casper. Some of this was touched upon earlier this morning, but that was many moons ago, so I apologize if I repeat, but I will go quickly. I'm writing to express my strong support for the Clean Air and Geoengineering Prohibition Act. For decades, geoengineering activities have been conducted globally, often without public knowledge or consent. Historical examples such as Operation Ranch Hand in 1962 demonstrate the scale of these efforts. During this operation, the U.S. military sprayed 19 million gallons of Agent Orange defoliant over Vietnam, affecting both Viet Cong territories and American soldiers while devastating the jungle ecosystem. Similarly, Project Popeye in 1967 involved cloud seeding to extend the monsoon season over Laos, manipulating weather for strategic purposes. Archived military footage from post-World War II era further reveals B-17 bombers equipped with systems to start and stop spray dispersions, a capability not found in standard commercial aircraft. Unlike typical contrails, which are visible but quickly dissipate, these geoengineering trails linger and spread across the sky. Numerous videos document aircraft equipped with visible nozzles releasing these substances, deliberately starting and stopping trails over targeted areas. This is not conspiracy, this is fact. To investigate the composition of these trails, a team of researchers utilized a National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration flying lab staffed with leading scientists to collect samples directly from the wakes of commercial and military tankers. These samples were analyzed at a world-class laboratory, confirming the presence of known geoengineering elements, including aluminum, barium, and strontium. The adverse effects on human health from these substances are well known and have been explained by the experts. This is not conspiracy, this is fact. Our ecosystems are in worse condition than we're being told. Bee populations are collapsing. U.S. beekeepers lost a record 62% of hives between June of 2024 and February of 2025. Insects overall are disappearing at alarming rates, with global declines of 1% to 2% each year and up to 45% loss in some regions over the past 40 years. Chronic illness is on an upward trajectory in the United States, and environmental influences are listed as one of the contributing factors. This is not conspiracy, this is fact. I do know that there are quite a few states that are working on the mechanism, that question that was raised about what can we actually do about this, and that the involving the public is important, giving them the opportunity to call in when they feel that something's being sprayed upon them. I believe it's important to set up a phone number. I think the DEQ would get a good feel for how many people are really concerned about this in our state. It could be citizens, police, military, basically anyone that wants to call in. And I think if a plane flies over and 50 people call in every time a plane flies over, we will be compelled to do something about it. There will be a little bit more of an urgency if we all understand how many people are really concerned about this. My question is, why isn't the DEQ already monitoring aluminum and barium and strontium nanoparticles? If these are so detrimental to our health, why are those at least 2 or 3 being left out. I would like to see a website showing test results on an ongoing basis of our soils and our water and our air with these dangerous particles. After all, it's my understanding that the Department of Environmental Quality is here to make sure our environment is safe. And finally, Senator Crago, I don't believe your constituents will be upset if this bill passes, giving them reassurance that the legislature is concerned about geoengineering, their health, and taking positive steps to move in the direction of solutions rather than doing nothing. Just because we don't currently have all the answers doesn't mean we don't move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Co-Chairman Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Locke, for being here, and thank you for bringing all those facts and the research that you did. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And I do have the website references where I got those, if anybody's interested.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have some more testimony here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee, Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. Not really for or against the bill. More some questions. On page 6, looking at lines 10 through 11, nothing in this act shall be construed to prohibit or restrict. Then going down to lines 17 and 18, agricultural crop dusting conducted under state or federal permits. The wording of that gives me a little pause. When I think of crop dusting, I'm thinking of them putting a dust out. That somehow needs to be reworded, that maybe agricultural chemical application allowed under state or federal law is, I'm not sure that we get permits to apply things airily, but it's allowed. If that makes sense, that we don't have to have a permit to spray for mosquitoes or spray for grasshoppers or to, apply fertilizer. That it's allowed under state and federal laws. That just gives me a little bit of pause on that. And then looking over on page 7, lines 1 and 2, lawful activities expressly authorized by state or federal environmental laws. Our chemicals are under, it's FIFRA. I can't remember what it stands for, but that's what drives our pesticide, how we can apply pesticides. I'm not sure that that's an environmental law, but it's a federal law. That's what drives how we can apply. So at least striking out the word environmental, it's allowed under federal law, state and federal law. And I guess the way I read that, lawful activities expressly authorized by, I think maybe allowed under, changing that to lawful activities allowed by state or federal laws would be better. Again, not really for or against the bill, but just that gives me a little bit of pause that the wording might restrict how we can airily apply some of the things that we do. And one of the things that, especially like mosquito control, that's airily applied, that's the most effective way to do it. I would not like to harm the ability to reduce the mosquito population. And one last thing on page 7, line 11, the word permitted. And maybe it's just the way I'm thinking of it. When I think of the word permitted, that means I have to have a permit to do it. And maybe I'm misreading that, but perhaps changing that to allowed rather than permitted. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would take any questions you or the committee may have for me.
Okay. Any questions from anyone? Thank you, Mr. Moline.
Thank you.
Mr. French.
Okay, Jeff French, University of Wyoming, professor in atmospheric science. And once again, I want to state that my testimony here is my own personal testimony. It doesn't represent the the views of the university. I don't want to belabor the point, but I do want to bring up, given all of the testimony earlier today, in regards to cloud seeding, that this bill would clearly also impact any type of cloud seeding in the state of Wyoming. It would no longer be allowed, both cloud seeding for operational purposes as well as cloud seeding for research. So I just want to make sure that everyone on the committee understands that. I also want to talk just a little bit about the University of Wyoming and some of the work we do there. The Department of Atmospheric Science are leaders in the world in studies on cloud seeding, but more broadly on an area of study that is known as aerosol cloud interaction. This is how aerosols, small particles in the atmosphere, interact with clouds and influence cloud and precipitation processes. And you might ask why this is important, but aerosol, small particles, dust, factory emissions, cloud seeding, forest fire emissions, et cetera, can and do impact how clouds evolve. If I put in an area where a cloud forms downwind of a forest fire, that cloud is going to look different. It's going to have more and smaller water droplets in it than a cloud that forms in a more pristine environment. Understanding how aerosols impact clouds then is a critical piece of science in being able to predict how a cloud will evolve and our ability to capture its evolution and use of numerical models to predict weather, precipitation, et cetera. The university is uniquely positioned to conduct small-scale studies through the facilities that it has, such as the King Air research aircraft, to be able to measure inputs into clouds, whether it's smoke, whether it's cloud seeding material, whether it's other stuff, and then fly through the cloud and make measurements to see how the cloud responds, and then utilize the NCAR Wyoming NSF supercomputer to test our predictions and refine our understandings. By eliminating the ability to be able to do these small scale experiments, we're essentially taking away something that Wyomingites should be very proud of, and that is the fact that we're leaders in the world in doing this type of research and understanding and making progress towards understanding these very complex processes. And I'll end my testimony with that and take questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. French, would this then, because I hear you say that this would impact your ability to do research, would this impact any grant funding that you have received in the past that you would no longer get, or any grant opportunities that may become available to you? And then I would imagine you have like specialized equipment in order to do these types of studies aside from cloud seeding and just from atmospheric science stuff. Is that something that might impact your research accreditation? Maybe not accreditation, but availability, right? What does this do to the funding viability of your program from outside sources, and also the competitive nature of your research program compared to other states?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza. So at this time, I don't have any funding to do this type of research, but it certainly would impact my ability to apply for future funding in this area. We're very competitive, I would say, in this area, both nationally and internationally, and not having the ability to apply for grants to do this type of research, something that we're well known for and have a very strong reputation, would hurt our competitiveness.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess follow-up question. Earlier, when we were talking about the first bill today, there was testimony about weather warfare, and the concern that other countries might be trying to either create or further develop something of that nature. So my question would be then, does this research prohibit us in being able to do research that would try to alleviate issues that might arise in how we could defend ourselves from weather warfare?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza, there are government agencies that are doing research to be able to identify the use of weather modification geoengineering techniques in an effort to then be able to identify early whether there's bad actors, other countries, et cetera, that may be utilizing this technology against us or in some other fashion. In order to further that research, I've had discussions with individuals at different agencies as a possibility to go out and do that type of research. And this bill would prevent us from being able to do that, in my opinion.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony.
Again, Mr. Chair, Brad Brooks, this will be super quick. I think
Okay.
you're done.
Go ahead.
I would just ask that on this, that any reference, because there is some proposals to include cloud seeding, that cloud seeding just be very clearly exempted from this bill. I think that would clear up a lot just of how the last two bills are voted on, but I would ask that the committee would just consider exempting cloud seeding in general from this bill. That's all I have to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the gentleman? I guess not. Thank you, though.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
we do have one person for public comment online for this bill draft.
okay. Would you bring him on?
This would be Augustus Dorico.
Senator Love asked about saying something.
Hello again.
Yeah.
My name, can you hear me? Hello? Yeah, okay, great. Hi, my name is Gus Strico again. Won't be redundant. There's 3 points that I think are probably worth touching on. The first, it's been discussed over the course of the day, whether cloud seeding is working, whether it does work. And I just want to make something clear. The question is not whether the physics of cloud seeding work and whether you can in fact enhance precipitation. We've seen it proven multiple times, both in our operations and in previous scientific research, that if you have the right kind of radar, you can measure the effects of cloud seeding in real time. And so, again, I think that Dr. French is an extraordinary scientist. I will not put any claims in his mouth. I think he's very rigorous and would never oversell the capabilities of this technology. I don't want to do that either. I do just want to show, I'm not going to share my screen briefly to the extent that this is visible. If you see this here, that red line is a flight track in a cloud, and then the downwind radar puffs, that is precipitation from cloud seeding that we could use radar to prove was unambiguously man-made, and then also quantify the yields from. And so if you look at another graph here, the bottom line is the downwind line from where we were cloud seeding, and we were cloud seeding right here. And you can see that there's exclusively precipitation in the downwind track of where we were seeding. And so the point that I want to make, and there's a bunch of other science that we would need to go over to prove that that was actually totally anthropogenic, and I'd be happy to talk about that later. But with respect to cloud seeding's efficacy, the statistical variation, the natural variability, and the subsequent confidence we have in its statistical yields, it's really, really hard to prove what the effect is. But if you're measuring physically in real time what the effects are, which the United States has proven largely because of the spectacular research done by people at the University of Wyoming, what the Chinese have done is they've proven that you can use these instruments to measure effect in real time. And this is relatively innovative. This isn't true of cloud seeding as of the last 80 years. It's true of cloud seeding in the last 10, even less. So one, I'm going to send material to the rest of the committee. I think it's really relevant to consider when talking about yields. It should obviously still be cost effective, or people shouldn't pay for it, but we're not talking about whether the state ought to invest in it now, just whether it should ban it. The current language in the bill would ban weather modification, and cloud seeding, insofar as it enhances snowpack, is a form of weather modification. So that's the first point. The second point that I just want to touch on briefly, as the bill is written now, on pages 3 and 4, it says silver iodide. That would prohibit cloud seeding de facto if you weren't allowed to use that material. It also says smart dust. Personally, I don't know what smart dust is. I would happily take some clarification on what that is as well. And then lastly, I just want to touch on this. Senator Ide, I'm very empathetic to the notion of Wyoming asserting its sovereignty as a state, and its state rights. And Senator Pearson, I'm very sympathetic to the notion of holding people to account if they are actually impeding the quality of life or the health of folks in Wyoming. And so with respect to whether chemtrails are real or not, I don't think they should be conflated with cloud seeding, but assuming in fact they are real, again, personally, as with like the current White House EPA, I don't believe them to be. But if they are, if you look at the current statutes in Wyoming law, it's Title 9, Chapter 1, Article 9, Section 91907. Any unauthorized weather modification, you can be imprisoned for. Like, that is a law on the books. So with respect to informed consent, people in Wyoming, people across the US should absolutely be informed and consenting if there is weather modification or anything else taking place. Wyoming has laws, as they should right now, to prevent uninformed and unauthorized weather modification or geoengineering from occurring. And so maybe that's a mechanism that could be considered, but a wholesale ban of authorized cloud seeding seems like a way to immediately hamper both the state's ability to do some of the best research in the country and the world, and also use this tool at the discretion of local communities. And then the last point, sorry, last one. Again, geoengineering, solar radiation modification, it is altogether different. It is altogether different materials. It is not something that has been tested at scale or deployed. And so the anxiety around that, I am understanding of, and I do not support. So that's all that I have to say. Happy to clarify any questions. Again, to the chairman of the committee, thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Draco? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. And I guess we need to consider this bill further. Do you want to move the bill?
Mr. Chairman, are you going to close public comment before you do that?
I guess we better. Is there any more public comment? I don't see any. You moved the bill. Okay, we have a second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we move the bill forward. Guess we need a. Yeah, do you want to entertain any amendments? Senator Craigle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have two, I think we'll do it in two parts. I have two separate amendments. You should have all received a written, should have received a piece of paper with all of my amendments written out. and it's listed as one, but I'm gonna split it into two. And so the first part of the amendment will be the top half of the page down to where it says section 2, so everything above that. And essentially what this amendment does is on page 7, it gives some direction to the director of DEQ. And it has 4 things, and we can add to this, take out, but it's sort of just a jumping off point for us to add some language into the bill. And so the four requirements for the director would be study whether the atmospheric contaminants listed in this act pose a threat to human and environmental health or safety. Monitor all aircraft, drones, balloons, or rockets that enter the state's airspace to determine whether atmospheric contaminants are being dispersed. Monitor all space-based platforms above the state and ground-based facilities within the state to determine whether atmospheric contaminants are being dispersed. And petition a court of competent jurisdiction to issue a cease and desist order upon discovery of any prohibited activity under this section. And so that's my first amendment, Mr. Chairman. If I get a second, I can explain more. So Mr. Chairman, just the bill, we're saying you can't do all these things, but other than that, we're not giving the director any authority. And we had discussion with lots of the witnesses about that. This gives the director some authority to actually do some things, to figure out what's going on, how we maybe can stop it in the future, et cetera. And then we would have data that we can report back to the folks, back to us, back to our constituents back home, and also with other state agencies to really look at the problem more in depth.
Okay. So we have go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What does it mean to monitor all aircraft, drones? I mean, do we need to give, I guess, DEQ aircraft?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
I think possibly that's something we may have to look at in the future, but for now, I think it's just figuring out where the stuff's coming from, which aircraft we're actually talking about. I think when we get to actually getting rid of the aircraft, that becomes a different story. And so that's really the point, is let's give the director some direction on what we're asking him or her to do.
Yes, Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is, does this just the airspace that Wyoming controls, or is this the federal airspace above the state of Wyoming?
So
Senator
Mr. Chairman, I would say this is all airspace. We're not, I mean, this bill applies to all airspace. Whether or not we all decide to vote for it or not is a different story. But as drafted, I'm just trying to fit this language into the bill as it's currently drafted, which applies to all airspace, which I doubt we can do much about, but, and we've had that discussion as well. But if we're going to do something, then let's give some authority to the agency to actually do something.
Okay. Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I guess in hearing the comments from people, I mean, if I believed that the federal government were poisoning the people of my district, and I believe that's what a lot of people believe here today, I would be doing a lot more than monitoring, studying, and petitioning. Which is, I mean, it's kind of just what the bill does and what the amendment does. So I don't know, I guess I'm trying to bridge the gap between what people are saying the problem is and what they want to do and what we're actually doing. And I still don't know, to the point of people who want this bill passed, I don't know that this goes far enough for them. But I don't know. I don't know exactly how this, like, if this is doing enough when we're just studying, monitoring, and petitioning.
Senator Craigo?
Mr. Chairman, I don't disagree with that sentiment. That's why I said this is a jumping off point. If we want to add some additional language below that or some additional provisions giving additional authorities to the director, I am totally fine. This is just a starting point for discussion. I think this will be changed a lot between now. If this bill happens to pass committee, I think you'll see some additions, some subtractions when we get to session. And so just trying to create a framework where we can actually give some, like I said, additional direction as this bill moves forward.
Okay. Senator Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know that I agree with deleting the balance of that line. I think that the DEQ should have the ability to issue a cease and desist order upon discovery of any prohibiting activity under this section as well. So I don't really agree with deleting that line. Thank you.
Senator Craigo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so I just added the language petition a court of competent jurisdiction. So if you look down there on my proposed amendment, it still says they can request for a cease and desist order. If you want to take out the petition a court of competent jurisdiction, I don't have a problem with that. I did not want to duplicate that language, and so that's why it's out of there. The director may want to petition a court of competent jurisdiction before they issue a cease and desist order. I'm not sure. But either way, I'm fine with that. I don't have that's just kind of some standard language that we use other places in the Green Book, and I think that's why I stuck it in there, but I'm indifferent.
Yes, Representative Ottman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just in response to that, after we saw what happened to the last one, where we looked at putting things in, taking things out, and basically dismissed everything, what I'm wondering is, since the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality already has the purview and the job to monitor aquatic life, drinking water, recreation, human consumption, fish industry, irrigation, livestock, water quality, and that's just the water aspect of it. So when we look at the environment as well and health standards, could it not be some sort of a directive, but also policy changes that they make in the way that they do it? Because they're already given that directive to monitor those things and to actually be in charge of them. So it's already their job. So what can we do to just encourage them to do it or to help them to do it, but not go back and forth with a million things of what we're going to tell them to do or not, and just implement the thing as this is your job. So what do you need to do it, or to give them, just the charge to make policy to actually do it. So is that going along with what you're doing? I don't know that changing the green books is the answer. I don't know that it isn't, but I just know that we went back and forth for a few hours and just deleted everything and ended up with nothing. And I just don't want to see that happen again.
Senator Craigo, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So they don't, they're just going to watch planes fly over and take phone calls from people telling them that they saw a chemtrail. Then what? what do they do? This allows them, I think, and gives them the direction to go and do something about it. Now, what they can do, what the amount of what they can do, I think we're going to run into federal law, problems because we don't know. But that's a different story. That's a different argument. This is just trying to, I think this bill will move forward, so I'm just trying to clean it up somewhat.
Okay. Co-Chairman Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Crago, in a court of competent jurisdiction, could you define that a little better? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, so that's just either one of your state or federal courts. That's it.
Okay. Representative Provenza?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess one other thing I'd bring, again, if we're getting the reports, I mean, is there any merit to reporting this information to the governor's office or the Wyoming Guard's office?
Senator Crago?
Mr. Chairman, most likely, yeah. I mean, I thought about including some language in here, coordination with the governor's office on those matters, but again, we can add to this list. As I said at the beginning, it's not the end-all list. If we want to add additional language, let's do it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Representative, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, the legislature moves slowly, so if we're monitoring and studying and we find that there's something terribly gone awry, I think the governor should know about it because governor works 365 days a year and we're in session for 4 weeks this year. Next year, I'm sorry, what year is it? Is it 2020? Representative Davis?
Okay, do we need to vote on this amendment? All those do we have the proper procedure for it?
Voice vote, Mr. Chairman.
Huh?
Just a voice vote.
Yeah. Okay. All those in favor, raise their hand. Okay, opposed? Got that? Okay, that amendment did pass.
I don't know what.
Yes, Senator Crago?
So, Mr. Chairman, if we can move on to my second amendment, which is the rest of the page presented to you. And this amendment, you can see there, provides 2 FTEs and an appropriation for the biennium of $500,000. I think this sort of aligns with what the director said. I hadn't talked to him about it, but I just sort of guessed. And so it aligns with what he had mentioned. If I get a second on it.
Okay, we have a second.
Mr. Chairman, so as I said, this is just to give the staff needed to the director so that he can not do all the things we just asked him by passing the previous amendment to do. It's going to be a lot of work. I'm actually not sure 2 FTEs will be enough, but I guess he can report back to us if it's not later. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have a second on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Representative Davis?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So this would be an ongoing appropriation if we pass this going forth, right? Not a one-time biennium appropriation.
Senator Crago, could you clarify that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So if you read the amendment, Representative Davis, it is the intent that it would be ongoing, but we can always change that each budget session. So unlike the previous amendment where it was a 10-year expenditure, this is only binding this legislature for this budget. And then we would relook at it again in 2 years.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Co-Chairman Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The appropriation, I asked the question earlier if they, how often they get calls and if they think they're going to get more. It was essentially uncertain from what I could really tell whether anybody's really that concerned with it or not as far as reporting it. A lot of people, I think, are, but Mr. Parfit, it didn't sound like you were overloaded right now in your air quality division with those phone calls. And I know that this bill increases maybe that load, but it's uncertain to me if that is a fact or not. I don't know. Before I vote for an appropriation, I would like to know more clearly if it's going to be necessary or not. Thank you.
Could you come up and maybe answer that question, please?
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Todd Parfit, Director of the DEQ. Yeah, we just passed, or you just passed an amendment that even further expands the responsibilities of the DEQ. We don't have the resources or the staffing to be able to take on the new work. That's why we would need the appropriation. Otherwise, something else has to fall off the plate.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, through you. So with what we just passed, he's no longer just responding to 4 phone calls. We've asked him to set and make rules. We've asked him to monitor air traffic. We've asked him, so there's a whole host of responsibilities we just handed him. And it's kind of the chicken and the egg question. We don't know what it's going to cost until we pass it. And then he comes back a year later and says, this is about right, or this needed more. So unfortunately, that's where it leaves us.
Okay. Can you deal with that, Mr.?
Mr. Chairman, as far as deal with the 2 FTE.
Go along with this bill and until you know what your concerns are as far as money goes?
So, Mr. Chairman, I would say we would need the 2 FTE.
You what?
We would need the 2 FTE that we're talking about here to implement the bill.
Okay. Representative Provenza?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, my question, I guess, for that is, do you currently have equipment to monitor all aircraft, drones, balloons, or rockets that enter the state's airspace to determine whether atmospheric contaminants are being dispersed?
Mr. Chairman, no, we don't currently have those resources.
Thank you. So sounds like we would need to spend money to get the resources to be able to do this.
So, Mr. Chairman, yeah, I think the first thing we would do is we would have to figure out what additional equipment that we would need, and I don't have an answer for that right today.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Parfit, not to beat a dead horse, but just to say, okay, and your department is so very important, and so I just want to quantify this for everybody. The Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality ensures the ambient air quality in Wyoming is maintained in accordance with the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. Is that a policy that you already do? Is that a policy thing? Is that in the green books? And if you're already doing it, what results are you having from that? do you want a definition of what I mean by ambient?
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Representative, I think I understand the question, and it is an accurate statement. And the results are, as I mentioned before, we have one area in the state, in the Upper Green River Basin, that was designated for non-attainment for wintertime ozone. We've since gotten that back into compliance with the standards and are working through the federal process to get that redesignated as attainment. So that's the summary of the studies that we've done through the measurement of national ambient air quality standards through a variety of air quality monitors.
Follow up?
Go ahead.
Okay, and just to make it clear in my mind. So the Department of Environmental Quality for the state of Wyoming has the task of monitoring and making corrections, I believe, or making sure that they're done for air and water and all of those things. So while we're stepping into a new phase of technology and things like that and issues, what is it that this would be so different from what you're already doing and not just the next step?
Mr. Chairman, so a couple things come to my mind. If we're talking about the resources and the need for additional resources to be able to implement the bill, keep in mind that we have in the Air Quality Division 80 FTE, and we compete for those that talent for those positions regionally and nationally, and so. We were at a point a couple of years ago where we had 26% vacancy rate, just in air quality, because our neighbors to the south have over 300 FTE for the same programs that we implement with 80. So that puts a little crimp in what we're able to accomplish. In addition, each new monitoring station, if we identify an area where we want to put a monitoring station, those can be $250,000, $500,000 to install. So they're not cheap. And then you have the ongoing operation and maintenance. In short, we do have the need for the resources going forward. And again, if there's equipment that we don't have that would help create efficiencies in fulfilling the requirements of this bill, we would need the resources to make those purchases.
Representative, are you in quandary?
Yes, I am. So what I'm talking about is the specific task that you have currently. So how are you addressing these things that have been going on for a while? How are you addressing them? And is it that it's not being addressed? Or just help me understand that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, and I guess I'm not tracking the question. What specific things are you referencing?
There are things that are in the air quality. Do you have all of the current monitoring things? You said that they went down to 70. Is that what we were talking about?
So, Mr. Chairman, I think you're talking about ozone.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Perfect. No, I am talking about air and water right now, which this bill, as far as I can tell, is addressing, is that we want to make sure that everything is environmentally safe. And so we are saying no on geoengineering because of clean air. So basically, what is it that you would need all this for? Are we not currently doing all of this? And if so, where are there reports, or is there just data, or we don't have anybody to give it to, or we need more policy? Or I guess I'm not quite understanding why this is, I mean, it's going on. So why isn't it being picked up?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative, what I'm responding to is that there are additional requirements in the bill, in the amendment that was just passed. For example, we don't have staff that currently monitor all aircraft, drones, balloons, or rockets that enter the state's airspace. And so those 4 new things there, we currently don't do, which we would have to do moving forward. In addition, if what I was referring to earlier has to do with the new requirements that are established by the bill. So that's what I was referring to.
Are you clear? Okay. Thank you. Are there any other amendments? I guess we need to vote on this one first. Okay.
I got a quick question.
Okay, go ahead, Co-Chairman Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Ottman. I think I'm sort of tracking with what you're talking about. It seems like maybe your question was, we've got a lot of things that are required right now that maybe aren't getting addressed as currently. And if we add 2 more employees, is that gonna get monitored like we intended to? Is that sort of what you're getting at there? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Ottman. You'd like to respond?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that was a lot of it. And then now that we were able to pass this amendment, I guess we have more requirements, so.
Okay. Representative Provenza?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, to that point, Representative Ottman, there is more that we're doing with this. This doesn't fit under the federal requirement now, right? So I don't think that the DEQ is not doing its duties. I think it's just this, we haven't assigned this yet. We're assigning new duties. We're assigning new requirements. We're assigning new monitoring, new study. And so if we're gonna mandate them to do something, we both didn't vote for the last amendment together, but if we're gonna mandate that, and that's what the will of this body wants, then the money's not gonna fall out of another chemtrail in the sky.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, do you have a kind of a summary of what this amendment is about? Could you explain that to us?
Mr. Chairman, so I don't believe it's changed from what Senator Crago indicated. So in his proposed amendment to 26 LSO 0211, it would just be page 8 after line 21 and down. So it would just be adding the 2 FTEs and then the appropriation for $500,000
Okay, is that
for
clear?
those positions.
Everyone clear on that? Okay, do we need a roll call on this? Yeah, okay, let's just, all those in favor of the amendment, please raise their hand. Opposed? Did you get those numbers? Okay. Any?
63 passed.
Okay. Okay, other amendments? You gonna explain yours?
Is it my turn?
I think so.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I would like to introduce a proposed amendment for page 1, line 1. strike aeronautics and insert environmental quality.
Do you have a second? Yeah, okay. Senator Love? So, all those in favor of this amendment, please raise your hand. Opposed? Motion carried. That amendment passed. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, the next amendment for your consideration, page 3, line 21. After substance, insert biological or non-biological.
Any comment on that? Any discussion?
Did you get a second?
Yeah, do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of the,
Discussion.
okay, now we can have discussion. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I was just going to ask, what's the purpose of the amendment? Because it doesn't have a, we're not defining, it's any substance now. What's the purpose of adding the qualifier of biological or non-biological? Seems it would include both already if it's any substance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the idea behind that was some of these scientists that are researching this stuff are finding, other than just what they've testified on so far, but they're finding molds and things like that. And so it was just more of a defining, both biological and non-biological substances, but I'll leave it to the committee to decide what they want to do with that.
Any discussion? Yes, Co-Chairman Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think that maybe there's a good point there. Any substance, that would almost be better than defining either or both in there. I think that essentially includes both of them. So I don't know what the real intent behind that amendment is. Thank you.
Senator Pearson.
These are just suggestions. I'm leaving it up to the committee, our brilliant minds here, to decide. So, thank
Okay.
you.
So can we vote on this now?
Question.
All those in favor of this amendment, please raise their hand. All those against? Okay. It was defeated. Go ahead with the next one.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, next amendment for your consideration, page 4, line 2. After chaff, insert metals.
Discussion? Wait, okay. We have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have anything to say about it? Representative Davis?
What is your definition of metal? I mean, there's a lot of things out there, so. Bronze, gold, silver, copper? All the above? Copper.
I think it's just making a statement that we are not going to allow metal compounds to be dispersed in our air either. In the next amendment, it gives a definition of chaff so that you guys can understand what that is, but that is small thin strips of fibers of metal or metallized glass or other reflective material that reflects or scatters sunlight. So I think we were just trying to make it clear that any of these substances that are being dispersed in the air, we don't want to see. So once again, it's up to the committee to decide on this amendment, so.
Yes, Representative Provenza?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm sorry, ignorant to what the term chaff is, but since we have in the next amendment, chaff means small thin strips of fibers of metal or metallized glass. If we put metals behind chaff, then, and then we define in the next amendment what chaff is, and then it says glass or other material, are they going to be in conflict with each other? And then are there other chaffs that then get excluded? Yeah, I'm struggling to form my words just because I'm not familiar with the term, but are they gonna be in conflict with each other if we insert metals after when the next definition has glass and other material?
Do you think that I should take that one out?
Senator Pearson?
So it's up to, I say which is.
I'm just going to leave it to the committee to decide on this amendment. Thank you. So take metals off. I'll withdraw that amendment. Thank you.
What'd you say? She went through it.
Okay, should we go to the next one?
Good with that? Whoever seconded it, I guess you have to have the second approve that too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, next amendment, page 4, line 8, insert a new definition. II, and renumber subsequent definitions. So II is the definition for chaff, means small thin strips of fibers of metal or metallized glass or other material that reflects or scatters sunlight.
Okay, any discussion?
A second.
The second? Okay, it's been seconded. Do we have any discussion on it right now? Yes, Representative Provenza.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and my apologies again to Bringer, I'm just not familiar. So the reflects or scatters sunlight, can you walk me through that?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
From what I see, committee, the chaff is aluminum coated glass, and the reason that it is of interest is because it reflects radar.
Yes, go ahead.
So it reflects radar, is that what you said? So then
I don't.
is that, and I assume that has to do with the rest of this? I guess maybe that's the first time I heard radar today. Are you meaning solar radiation?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go
what
ahead.
I'm looking at, the
Yes, go
what
ahead.
I'm looking at the military definitions and just chaff. And what I'm seeing is that it's primarily made of metallized materials specifically designed to reflect radar signals. Most common materials used are aluminum and aluminum coated glass.
Representative Provence, are you satisfied?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm confused where radar comes in and why that's the concern and like I don't know. I don't know if the committee's gonna get me there. So I'm just a little confused on terminology here and what we think the radar is doing.
Senator Love?
No.
Mr. Chairman, through you, in your last comment, you mentioned the military definition for it and radar. Are they releasing some of these into the atmosphere for defense purposes, to scramble radar, to?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
please excuse me. I was defining the word chaff. I'm not saying that it is radar or that it's being used. The definition is used by aircraft such as the Fairchild, the Thunderbolt, F-15 Eagle, the F-16 Fighting, and McDonnell Douglas. They consist of aluminum coated glass. And so the deterrent there is that they could impede radar. Not that they are radar, not that they do anything like that, but just that those are as a precaution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it sounds like our military is using those as a defense mechanism in some capacity.
Could be, could be.
Yes, Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So
Sorry, I
if
made a mess.
the military is using it as defense, does it make sense for us to prohibit its use? If we're going back to weather warfare, and now we're talking about a mechanism that might be used for defense, and now we're banning it. Now I have a lot more questions.
I think,
Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My look as well. So we might want to delete that from the list if that's going to cause that problem. I don't know. I'd ask the bringer.
Yes, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think that we should be deleting it from the list. I feel in a lot of ways that it is our Department of Defense that is doing a lot of this to us. And when it says scatter sunlight, I worry that it's keeping the sunlight from us. So, and if that's what they're doing and that's their intent, is to keep the sunlight from us or scatter the sunlight in the name of this climate control thing, then, you know, I disagree with it. So I want to keep it in. Thank you.
Senator Co-Chairman Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe LSO could weigh in on chaff since they drafted the bill. And do you have any comments on that and why it's in there? And thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Ide, I think that the definition that's in the proposed amendment would probably work as far as like chaff and military uses and things like that. I'm not an expert on that by any means. The definition that's in the proposed amendment is pretty short and fairly concise, but at the same time, I don't know if it meets the committee's needs at this point. And I think that would really be more of a committee determination. I don't have a better definition.
Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, through you, as it pertains to this section of atmospheric contaminants, means substance intentionally released into the atmosphere for the purpose of altering climate, weather, or solar radiation. I think we've narrowed down the scope, and military application is still possible without violating what we're talking about today.
Yeah. Any other comments? Okay, I guess we can vote on this. We need a second or anything?
I think it's been moved and seconded.
Okay. All those in favor of this amendment, please raise their hands. Opposed? Okay, it failed. Senator Pearson, you can go ahead with your efforts.
Okay, then, oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next amendment is page 4, line 25. After experimental, insert or intentional. And strike designed to and insert that.
Any comments on this amendment?
Second.
Okay, do you have a second on it?
Sure.
We have the second. All those in favor, raise their right hand. All opposed? Okay.
Okay, page 4, line 26. Strike through and insert by releasing.
Any discussion?
Second.
Do we have a second on it? Guess not,
I'll
so we'll
second.
go to the next one.
Okay. Okay, page 4, line 27. Strike particles or other methods and insert or scattering materials into the atmosphere.
Second.
Do we have a second on this? Seeing none, I guess it failed. Go to your next one. Senator Pearson.
I'm looking. So page 6, line 5, after modification, insert cloud seeding.
Second.
Do we have a second on this? I guess not, so it failed as well.
Okay, on page 6, line 8. Let me get there. Strike dispersal of atmospheric contaminants. And insert intentionally releasing chemicals or particles into the air to change weather or climate.
I would second that. A second.
Yeah, okay.
Is that it?
We have a second, so. Is there any discussion? Yes, Co-Chairman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the bringer of the amendment explain, or can you explain the intent of that new language?
I think the intent of that was, so in a lot of these dispersals, it is changing the weather or the climate by reducing sunlight. And so I think that, and then also it is affecting our climate because these elements are coming down into our air, water, soil. And so I think that was the basis of that.
Yes, Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, through you, throughout this document, though, we've used the term atmospheric contaminants. And if we change that here, we'll show inconsistency in what we're presenting. Just my thought.
Anyone else? Okay.
And then, oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go
So
ahead.
another thing is that they are using HART facilities and DARPA and things like that to be able to affect the weather. So I think that was a part of it as well. I know you can call me conspiracy theorist, whatever, but there are patents on these things, and so, thank you.
Okay. See, it's been second, so we could vote on this. Everyone in favor of it, raise their hand. Opposed?
Passed. Passed.
Okay. Senator Pearson.
Did that one fail then? Okay.
Was it 5-4?
What's that?
4, 5. 1, 2, 5.
I think it was 4 to 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. I'm sorry, it's late. There was, I thought there was 5 in favor.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that Senator Crago, Representative Davis, Representative Provenza, Senator Love, and Representative Johnson all voted against, and that's
Oh,
5.
you voted against it? Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Okay. It did fail, so need to go on to the next one.
Okay, on to the next ones. Page 7, line 7. Page 7, line 7. Okay, so after contaminants strike, this prohibition shall not apply to aviation, space, or ground activities unrelated to geoengineering, weather modification, or solar radiation management, including commercial, agricultural, research, defense, or emergency operation permitted by law.
Okay, do we have a second? Seeing none, I guess it failed.
Okay.
Go on to the next one.
Page 7, line 14. strike be authorized to. But I think that we already addressed this in Craig's amendment, so that one will go away, right? Thank you. So I will take that amendment away.
Okay, thank you.
Page 7, line 16. I guess we can, all that it says is insert such order shall have the force of a court order. Which I don't even know if that's, can you say that, Senator Craigo? Or no?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
so I don't think that language probably fits in based on the amendment we already passed, because the amendment we already passed allows the director to apply to a court for a court order, and so I don't think we need it, I guess is what best way to say it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll withdraw that amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Page 8, line 2. Page 8, line 2. I think that Senator Craigo already addressed this in a previous bill as far as person. So it was basically inserting employer or governmental entity, but I think that he addressed that already in statute. A person includes those things, right? Okay, so we'll withdraw that amendment. And then page 11, line 24. I've got to find it myself. Page 11, line 24. Remove the period after act and insert not later than 6 months after its effective date.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay, any discussion from any of the committee members? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe, I think we have an outlined procedure on how to implement rules and everything. There's quite a ritual involved here. I mean, you've got to develop them, you've got to put them out for public comment, you've got to take that all back, it's got to go through the process, and then it's got to be approved. So I don't think by putting a 6-month stipulation on there, I don't know if that is possible.
Can we ask our Department of Environmental Quality?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say typically, if all goes well, it takes about a year to do a rulemaking. We have, as was pointed out, you have the outreach to all the affected members. You have public notice of 30 days before the advisory board. And then if you get through the advisory board, then there's a 45-day comment period for the Environmental Quality Council. And then you would have to ensure that the council only had one bite at the apple. And then after it goes to through the Environmental Quality Council, the governor has 75 days to sign. So it'd be unlikely that we could do this within the 6 months. More typical, it's about a year.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Representative Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of concerned about this bill. You would lack the ability to identify any perpetrators that drop anything over the state of Wyoming. And what is the meaning of this bill if we don't know who's doing it? They might be doing it all right, but there's no way to identify them and to catch the perpetrators. And without that, you're going to need a pretty large appropriation to have the manpower to find these airplanes or whatever. Is that your understanding?
Mr. Chairman, I don't disagree with that.
Okay. Didn't we pass one amendment here recently that covered some of this for you folks?
Mr. Chairman, if you're talking about resources, yeah.
Okay.
And I think as we go through this, we'll evaluate what resources we need depending on how the implementation goes and
So we
how
can,
much we need. Yeah.
we can make an appropriation later to affect that. Okay. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The good representative over there brings up a great idea here. We don't know where these planes take off from or land, correct? Do we have the authority to find out? Do you have the authority to go outside the state of Wyoming and do any enforcement on the perpetrators, is my question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any authority in any other state. Simply stated. However, through our investigations, we would try to identify where they took off from and where they landed. So we could, again, it's going to be an investigation to collect information on whether or not we can do anything about it.
Okay, anything else? Yeah, Senator Love?
Through you, Senator. I'm just going to throw this out here. I'm guessing there's going to take some cooperative agreement with the FAA in order to be able to track flights and aircraft and be able to call in tail numbers. And there's a lot of things that can be done to do that thing, but it's going to take cooperation of other agencies. And he may need to come back for more authority later. So.
Mr. Chairman, that's right. And we're just talking about planes, and you throw in the rockets and you throw in other things like balloons and whatnot, and they may not start in Wyoming. And so
chances are it wouldn't either.
Chances are it wouldn't.
Yeah. Can you work with the FAA on that, on what you can do?
Mr. Chairman, I think we'd have to work with the FAA. I think we would have to work with other federal agencies that would be the military potentially. So yeah, I think there's a lot of federal agencies that we would have to coordinate with and other states.
Well, I think that's coming. So any other? Yes, Representative Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What would it cost to identify these chemicals that we think are coming into Wyoming? I mean, you sample air quality. If you just put on a few more dozen chemicals, what would that increase your request for money?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Johnson, yeah, I think once we get into it, and you're not only talking about air, but you would be talking about water quality as well. And as we've talked about today, it could include sediment or soil samples. And every constituent you add is going to add costs to the state, for sure.
Anything else from anybody? Thank you. Well, I guess we can vote on the last one. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Everybody opposed? Thank you very much. So that's all you had, Senator Pearson?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
From mine.
Thank you. Okay. Co-Chairman Ide has an amendment or two.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick here. These are kind of redundant from a past bill, but I've got to make a stab at it. On page 7, line 2, strike or federal. Just, it would read by state environmental laws.
Second.
Question.
Yes. We have
Call
a
the
second on
question.
it.
Yeah, call the question. Yeah.
Okay. The question's been called for.
Got a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I didn't know LSO had passed out some recommended changes and I believe one of them was to this very sentence, wasn't it?
Those came from the state engineer's office, just for a point of clarification.
Correct.
Okay.
I was thinking about that, but I will leave that separate. 'Cause it's
Okay,
theirs.
very good.
Good question.
Okay, we can vote on this. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Thank you. Okay, co-chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There again, on the same page, line 11, page 7, the last two words says by law, to add state in between by and law. That's my motion. Permitted by state law instead of by law.
Okay, we have a second. I don't want to call the question.
Question.
All those in favor, raise their hand. Opposed? Thank you. Do you have anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one last thing, and I just want to clarify this for the third time probably today. On page 8, line 9, where it says any person, there again, I'm always wanting to be thorough on that. And I don't know, I would like to add, but maybe we don't need to, employees of other states, the federal government, and international organizations. Does that kind of all encompass that? Just for discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Craig.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to kill the idea of it in a second, Representative Davis. So if we make a list like that, we're inevitably going to leave something out. That's why you leave it very general and use the word person. That's why the statute defines person very broadly. It includes everybody and everything. And once you start listing things, then you're inevitably going to leave something out, which we don't want to do.
Very good. Thank you, Senator Crago. No amendment.
Okay, thank
I'm
you.
done.
You withdrew it. Okay. Ms. Johnson, did we have some amendments proposed to us by another agency, by the?
Mr. Chairman, we did pass out some proposed amendments from the state engineer's office just for your review. That's totally up to you, whether or not the committee takes them up. If somebody wants to propose them, they can. If they don't, they don't. But they're just there for your review. That's just what they told us during public comment.
What's the pleasure of the committee? Representative Ottman.
Yes, for point, I would. Microphone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and everybody. I would propose page 7, line 3, to add lawfully permitted snowmaking activities. Pretty much because it was suggested and I've heard it a few times, so I would like to see what the committee would like to do.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? Yes, go ahead.
Hate to start this conversation over again, but how do we define snowmaking activities? Isn't that what cloud seeding is?
No.
Aren't we making snow? Isn't that the whole idea?
No.
Representative Ottman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it might be that big old conversation that we're not looking forward to, but my experience has been that snowmaking is just water, frozen water out on a ski slope. And so if the department, if it's something different than that, if it's cloud seeding, then that would be something different. But cloud seeding is to do it for enhanced of what's there. Snowmaking for a ski slope is putting water out there and freezing it. But that's.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Chris Brown, I supervise the water section of the Attorney General's office. And Representative, that's exactly what we were trying to get at, and I apologize, the wording wasn't terrific. We actually, our superintendent over in the west part of the state got called this morning and said, is this going to preclude snowmaking for ski resorts? And it's a little bit different mechanism, but it does require putting some chemicals in the water in order to create that when they shoot it up on the resorts. And so I was concerned, we were concerned that this would prohibit that activity. That is actually a activity that is permitted through the state engineer's office as a water right. And so they have to use the water, they have to get a water right to actually use the water for that particular purpose. And so we have multiple ski resorts in the state that have a permit to make snow. And so it's meant to be separate from cloud seeding. Not worded very, very well, but I had to call at 7 o'clock this morning. And so I didn't come up with better language, but that's the intent, to capture that separate activity.
Yes, Senator Craigo?
Mr. Chairman, and I understood that's what it was. I guess my point was, is it defined in statute? Is snowmaking defined in statute? And because if it's not, then I think we better define it, because we're going to create all sorts of ambiguities within this. I mean, I skied a lot, understand snowmaking. I just was trying to point out the flaw in just using the word snowmaking, so that we need to fix that up.
Mr. Chairman and Senator, it is not defined in statute. And again, didn't really have time to try to put any meat on that bone with regard to a definition. Happy to try to work on that, but we haven't yet.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has DEQ tested the snow at the ski hill to make sure that we're safe from it?
Mr. Chairman, the simple answer is no, we have not.
Okay, do we want to? Yes, Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, we might be able to resolve this easy enough. If that is a permitted activity, that permitted activity exists somewhere in statute that gives them the authority to do that. If we mention that in this amendment as a lawfully permitted activity, can we kind of get there?
Senator Craigo.
Actually, I think we probably better call the folks from the office back up. I'm just wondering, is that permit issued under the current weather modification language or somewhere else? What's the basis of, because I think Senator Love brings up a good point. Are we messing up something else?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Senator Love, it's just permitted as a water right. And so it's just under Wyoming's general water right permitting statutes. If somebody wants to take the state's water and use it for a beneficial purpose, then you have to get a permit from the state. So just like a domestic use or stock use, they wanted to use the state's water for the purpose of making snow on a ski resort. And so it's not a separate permitting activity. It's not permitted under the separate weather modification statutes that the state engineer administers. It is simply a water right for the beneficial use of snowmaking on ski resorts. So it's just a different type of purpose, beneficial use under a regular water right.
Yes, Senator.
Just a question, because I did not know that there were chemicals added to the snowmaking process. What chemicals are added? Do we know?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Crago, I didn't know either until 7, and I asked the question, and apparently it says something to make the water colder in order to, I don't know. I do not know the answer to your question. I don't know what the chemical is. Maybe somebody does. Apparently Professor does. I don't.
Yes, would you please?
Silver iodide.
The chemical that is used, there are a number of commercial chemicals that come under different names. Snowmax is a commercial product that is used. It is designed to allow the water to freeze at warmer temperatures, basically doing the same thing silver iodide does, but it can allow supercooled water to freeze at temperatures of around -1 degree Celsius or -0.5 degree Celsius, about 31 degrees Fahrenheit, where silver iodide doesn't allow liquid water to freeze until it gets down to about 27, 28 degrees Fahrenheit. The reason that Snowmax is not used in cloud seeding is because it's difficult to disperse. There's no easy way to disperse it into the atmosphere. So it's added to the water, but it is then in the water. And then when the water gets sprayed out into these little drops, as long as the temperature is just below 32 degrees Fahrenheit, those little drops will freeze and then will fall to the ground as ice particles. So interesting. It was actually discovered at the University of Wyoming back in the late 1960s, early 1970s, during cloud seeding experiments. So there you go. It all comes full circle.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Crago, are you satisfied?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, through you, so based on the conversation we're having, I'm assuming the passage of a bill of this nature is going to impact current water rights that have been issued by the state engineer's office.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Love, I think that was our concern, and I think the state engineer may actually have a proposal to address this concern that we have.
So, Mr. Chairman, what we're talking about is snowmaking under a permitted water right. So maybe we can add that language in because a water right is different than what we would permit for weather modification. So maybe the language could be exempting that snowmaking activities that are under a lawfully permitted water right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I'm leaving now. No, I just wanted to add to this that it is permitted under the National Forest Ski Area Permit Act of 1986. This permit allows ski areas to use the National Forest System lands for snowmaking purposes, provided they comply with the terms and conditions set forth in the permit. The permit is subject to expiration and may require applications for new permits if the current one is set to expire, and then it goes on from there. So.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
And I might just add that we have issued water rights to the Forest Service for the purpose of getting those permits. They still have to come to the state to get a water right to use the state's water for that purpose.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just was going to point out just a few minutes ago, we exempted out federal laws and federal permits, which would be issued pursuant or from the Forest Service. And so we just took those out of this particular bill draft a few minutes ago. Thought I'd point that out.
So is your opinion that we should redo the previous amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have no opinion. I was just pointing that out, that we did do that.
Well, that's interesting to know anyway, that this Forest Service has got to request that or require that. So
It's for a permit.
is there any more discussion? Okay, are we ready to vote? Yes, Co-Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Anna, have you got that? Go ahead and read that amendment in and so everybody understands what we're voting on. Thank you.
So it would be, what page is it? So on page 7, after line 2, you would be exempting snowmaking activities that are under a lawfully permitted water right.
Is that what we all understand? Okay. You ready to vote? All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Okay. It did pass. So where are we at on the rest of these engineering amendments? Yeah, Senator Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering if we shouldn't take the recommendation on page 6, line 17, and say chemical application rather than crop dusting. So agricultural chemical application conducted under state or federal laws.
Second.
Any further
Page 6,
discussion?
line 17.
Senator Love?
Chair, through you. The other thing that was brought up, though, is municipalities using insect and pesticide controls. And so if we just limit it to agriculture, I don't know that that's going to take care of our communities trying to control mosquitoes.
So do we want to amend that?
So I'm wondering, does that, would that portion be, sorry,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
No.
So would that, would those applications be covered under number 5, where it says lawful activities expressly authorized by state laws? Would the mosquito portion be included in that, or do we need to add it somewhere else? I'm asking the committee.
Any discussion? Anybody have a thought on that?
Mr. Chairman, I have a proposed friendly amendment. I think would fix the whole thing. I think we could, instead of saying agricultural crop dusting conducted under state or federal permits, I think we could just say pesticide application conducted pursuant to law. Because I think one of the questions that Mr. Moline had was about permits. You don't necessarily go get a permit every time you spray a weed or spray grasshoppers or mosquitoes, but conducted pursuant to law would mean the applicator has the permit to do it. They've been licensed, et cetera. So I think you could just say pesticide applications conducted pursuant to law.
Pesticide, herbicide, and.
Yeah.
I'll second that. It's a friendly amendment.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Any more discussion? Senator Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when I'm thinking of agricultural chemical application, I'm also thinking of fertilizers, things like that, which are not necessarily a pesticide. So how do we? I mean, maybe we can just put agricultural chemical application conducted under state or federal laws, and then make another little number that says pesticide application conducted pursuant to law too. Just make an extra section. I don't know. Come on, Mr. Molly. Come on down.
Sorry, a little ringy. Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. My recommendation would be on page 6, lines 17 and 18, to make that agricultural chemical application conducted according to state or federal law, or I guess federal is taken out, but under law. Okay, that would fix the concern for my members. And then if we flip the page to line 1, lawful activities authorized or allowed would take care of the, I don't know how to word that. That would, changing it in both places, the first one would take care of the ag guys, the second place would take care of mosquito control.
Yep.
That's a suggestion for the committee. I do have to point out, Mr. Chairman, if I heard it right, environmental law, environmental is still in there. I would strongly suggest deleting that and just make it under law, because I think the pesticide laws that affect the mosquito control are under public safety, which is not environmental law.
Ms. Johnson?
Actually, FIFRA is under the Environmental Protection Agency, and it is environmental law.
But Mr. Chairman, I have concern about limiting it to that one area of the law. So you gotta obey the law, be it environmental, criminal, whatever. You have to obey the law. That was my point, Mr. Chairman.
So are you on board with that? With what Mr. Moline's been talking about?
I think I've got the first amendment that he suggested down, but if he could repeat the second part of that.
Mr. Chairman, lawful activities authorized by state law. I think that would take into the mosquito control that may or may not be agricultural related. If a city's doing it, it's probably not ag. If a mosquito district is, it could be, but maybe more complicated than it should be, sir.
Just a clarification, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You'd mentioned earlier, though, changing authorized to allowed.
Yes.
Is that still, when you just mentioned it last time, you used authorized in there?
Lawful activities, I don't know, if authorized, permitted, I don't know the right word. I'm splitting hairs on that.
Well, authorized is in there right now, and
Yes.
you'd mentioned changing that to allowed. I just wanted to clarify if we can if you're
Yes.
going
I think
away from that.
in my redneck thinking, allow would be a little bit broader than just authorized means it has to be in there. Anything's legal until it's illegal. I think allowed would be a better word than authorized, and to take out environmental. Just, they have to follow the law.
So, Honor, do you have that?
I do.
Okay. Senator Love.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to bring up that the person that made the friendly amendment has had to go take a break, and so we might ought to just wait for a little bit for them to return. Otherwise, I think we'll have procedural issues.
Okay, thank you. We could, all take a break at this time, 10-minute break. That'd be all right?
Oh, you got a snack? You better watch out.
Mr. Moline, you want to come back up?
Sorry, I'm delayed. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
We just want to make sure that you had your questions asked or answered or whatever.
Yes, and just to reiterate where I think you folks should go as a suggestion, on page 7, lawful activity, it should read lawful activities allowed by law. Taking out the word environmental. Federal has already been taken out.
Does that make sense? Yes, go ahead.
I don't know why we need to have a sentence that says lawful activities allowed by law.
Yeah,
I mean, they're already allowed by law if they're lawful. Right?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, touche.
Okay.
thank you, Representative. Thank you. Do you want to? Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yeah, just to clarify, I think has there been an amendment made on page 6, line 17 to change the language there? And has that been moved and seconded? Anybody verify that? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman Ide, I believe, well, the wording's changed quite a bit over this discussion. But I believe that the original motion was moved and seconded. So we could potentially vote on that if you'd like.
Do we have to?
Yeah.
That's totally up to the committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, may we hear what it is?
Exactly, that's where I was going.
Okay.
Goodness, I'm sorry about that. Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson, so what I recall is that on page 6, line 17, we're going to delete crop dusting and insert chemical dispersal. Or application.
Yeah. That was my understanding as well. So, on that amendment, I guess we're ready to vote. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So chemical application. Would we not argue that our agriculture folks benefit from cloud seeding? I mean, if we're talking about adding precipitation and then we're saying chemical application for them, is cloud seeding not chemical application for agriculture?
Mr. Moline. Did you understand the question?
Mr. Chairman, yes, Brett Moline of Farm Bureau. It depends. I mean, I can't give a yes or no answer because it can be positive and it can also be negative. So it can be for agriculture, but it can also be negative. It can hurt those producers. As an example, one of my members raised a point, you know, they live up in the mountain, the Medbo range, and her comment was, it's nice that we're storing all this extra snow for you folks downstream, but it's extending our feeding season. We're having to feed more. So it's good and it's bad. So I hate to be wishy-washy, but it's a gray. It can be good, can be bad with Mr. Chairman. I hate to be wishy-washy, but I'm good at it. I'm a lobbyist.
Okay, well, thank you. Senator Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm still confused on this, on this amendment. So it's going to say agricultural chemical application conducted according to state laws on that one?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, after consulting with my co-counsel here, I believe it would say agricultural chemical dispersal, chemical application pursuant to law. Oh, I don't know if that's part of it.
You think that'll cover it? Ms. Johnson? Do you think that will cover it then?
I think that goes to what the committee's concerned about. I think that would be all right if that's what the committee wants.
Okay, Senator Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, the language reads right now, state or federal permits. So you're saying that permits would be changed to law effectively. And if we did that, then I would ask for another amendment to take federal out of there and just put state law.
Okay, but that should, well, the way that I described it is the way that it would be worded if you voted that way.
So just say state.
So you're going to take federal out?
And Mr. Chairman, Chairman Ide, the proposed language just says law. It doesn't say state or federal.
Okay, that's your proposal? Yeah, Senator Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm a little confused there. Could we add just state law in there instead of law? Just purely law, put state law.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Ide, you'd have to ask the bringer of the amendment if that's agreeable, but you could say that.
Okay. Who brought that amendment?
Thank you,
Is that
Mr.
you,
Chairman. I
Senator?
believe that I brought the amendment. My amendment wanted to take out crop dusting and add chemical application for agriculture. I think it'll be fine. Sure, why not?
Take out federal?
Yeah, I'm just not sure how many federal laws are applied in chemical applications, but yeah, we could put it in there and maybe it'll be changed later based on what our friend over there, Senator Craigo, says.
Mr. Chairman, I just was going to point out, if you're spraying weeds or you're spraying bugs on federal land, that's a federal issue. That is not a state issue. You might have to have a state permit to have a license to spray weeds, bugs, et cetera, but you're also going to get permission from the feds. That's a federal law. So if we're going to allow for the spraying, and typically you would cost share some of that, you know, whether it's the state or the ranchers, the producers, et cetera. So I'd be hesitant to, on that particular line item, I would just leave it law and leave it blank and not say state or federal, because we're specifically talking about pesticide or herbicides being applied to the property.
Okay, Ani, do you have that?
Just real quick one on that.
Yes.
Yes,
Senator
Mr.
Hyde?
Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, thanks for that explanation. Would that, just to clarify further, in particular, just on federal titled property, not private property is what you're referring to on federal lands. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to vote? All those in favor, raise their hand.
I guess we're done with that amendment now.
Okay. Was that the only other amendment we had on this? Yes, Senator Craigo. Would you like to say something?
I have an amendment, Mr. Chairman, requested by the state engineer's office on, so if you turn, it's on page 11, lines 9 through 18. And they've asked that we remove that specific provision from the repealer, essentially making clear that they're not responsible. If someone violates this law and actually is out doing weather modification, the state is not responsible legally for that. You know, we're going to be trying to stop it, but if this bill passes, but it's not their job to, or have the responsibility, I guess, the civil responsibility for that. And they asked that we leave that in. And so that's my motion, if I can get a second.
Okay, Representative Provenza, will you second it? Okay, thank you. Any more discussion?
Question.
Question's been called for. All those in favor, raise your hand. And it passes. Thank you. Anything else? All righty.
Senator.
Oh, yes, Senator Love.
Chairman, I believe there was one other state engineer recommendation, and that was to change the language on page 3, line 5 through 8, to match what we had approved in the legislation for 208.
Second.
Question.
Question's been called for. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion passes. Is there anything else? Yes, Senator.
Mr. Chair, through you. So to stay consistent with what we had done earlier on the passage of a bill, I wonder if it would be appropriate to exempt cloud seeding and snowmaking both in one amendment in this bill.
Is that your conceptual amendment?
Yeah.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Yes, Senator Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. I don't know as I'm there yet on eliminating cloud seeding from this. We had a tie vote on the last one, and I think that I think it would be good to leave it in here, get it to the chambers and discuss that further. So I'm against the amendment. Thank you.
Question.
Okay, the question's been called for. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? It failed? It passed, okay.
What was the vote? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
6-5. Oh, sorry, the vote was 6-5. Oh, 7-5 passed.
Okay. So anything else? I guess we're done with the, we need to start talking about the subleasing of state trust lands.
I have a comment, and then we need to vote on the bill.
Oh, you haven't done that?
That was the amendment,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. This bill is growing government quite a bit, picking a fight with apparently the federal government, who is allegedly poisoning the people of Wyoming. So we're growing government with no actual solution, not really doing anything in here except giving our DEQ office a lot of work to do to monitor all aircraft, drones, balloons, or rockets that enter the state's airspace to determine whether atmospheric contaminants are being dispersed. I don't know how you do that, other than give them a helicopter and have them fly around and capture particles from these whatever is dropping materials on us. So again, if you want to grow government and waste a bunch of time and money, that's what I think we're doing here, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to vote no.
Representative Provenza, what, other than not passing this, would be your solution?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think that there is a problem. I think that people are seeing that there are differences in our climate, in our weather. They're concerned about drought. They're seeing a bunch of different impacts on our environment right now. And instead of blaming the culprit, which, you know, maybe folks on this committee are going to scoff at me for, but it's climate change. And yeah, you can shake your head, but I'll tell you, most scientists agree with me, and there aren't a ton of PhD scientists here today or medical professionals telling me that we're being poisoned. We heard today from a person who has a master's in public administration, claiming that they are a scientist and expert on this issue. A master's in public administration is not a master's in or a PhD in the same things that we're hearing from our own folks. So I think we are bringing a whole slew of problems for something that I don't think it's not a solution for a real problem. And my heart goes out to people that are right now that are just heartbroken by that think that chemtrails is the reason for all of their ailments, but there was not sound scientific evidence for that today.
Okay. Should we have somebody call for the question? Okay, question's been called for.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote to sponsor 26 LSO 0211 Clean Air and Geoengineering Prohibition Act. Senator Crago.
No.
Senator Love.
Aye.
Senator McEwen is excused. Senator Pearson.
Aye.
Representative Banks.
No.
Representative Davis.
No.
Representative Eklund is excused. Representative Johnson.
No.
Representative Ottman.
Aye.
Representative Provenza.
No.
Representative Schmid.
Excused.
Representative Strzok.
Aye.
Co-chairman Ide.
Aye.
Chairman Winter.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that is 6 aye, 5 no, 3 excused.
Would you repeat that, ma'am?
Mr. Chairman, that is 6 aye, 5 no, and 3 excused.
Okay, thank you.
So it passes.
So this bill passed. Now, are we done with the geoengineering and cloud seeding? Guess we can move forward now to subleasing of state land, trust lands for grazing.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this bill draft is entitled 26 LSO 213 Subleasing of State Lands Exemptions. So beginning on page 2, Wyoming Statute 365105D3 is amended to include a definition of excess rental, which means the amount of money received from the sublease by the lessee is in excess of the current annual grazing and agricultural lease rental. Excess rental shall be calculated by identifying the total money received for only the use of leased or subleased state lands and subtracting the annual lease rental. Paragraph 4 indicates that a lessee of state lands does not need to obtain the approval of the director of OSLI to allow livestock the lessee does not own to graze on state lands, provided that the lessee has to give notice to OSLI that the livestock not owned by him will be present on the leased land not more than 30 days after the arrival of the livestock on that leased land. In addition to the annual rental amount, the lessee shall pay a monthly fee per head for non-owned livestock, which shall not exceed 50% of the annual animal unit month rental rate. The staff comment on page 4 states that the committee may wish to consider adding language to E, indicating how often the fee per head of non-owned livestock should be paid and when. And then I also put the definition of animal unit month in that staff comment if you'd like to look at it. And then in there's a new subsection K on page 4 that states whenever a lessee and another person notify OSLI that the lessee and the other person are grazing livestock on a state land lease where the common ownership of the livestock between the two persons is greater than or equal to 80%, a sublease and a non-owned livestock fee shall not be required. Section 2 on page 4 repeals certain language related to state land leases, and I put that language in the staff comment beginning on page 5. And then section 3 on page 6 provides an effective date, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to move this bill?
Public comment.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this?
OSLI director.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Stacia Berry with the Office of State Lands and
Welcome.
Investments. Just a few bits of information just for the committee's edification. For the office, total in 1 year, there are 4,073 grazing leases. And last year, we had 441 subleases recorded with the office. That generated a little under $295,000. So that's the sort of the parameters that we're working with in scope and in number. As to the content of the bill, all amendments are workable for the office. The only thing that I would note is in section K, I believe it misses the mark of what we discussed with industry representatives and at your August meeting. And that being the focus in this section K talks about joint ownership of the livestock. And the conversation we had previously was in joint ownership of the two entities, so that it would be 80% or greater ownership of someone who had perhaps a ranch corp and a cattle corp that were at least 80% or greater same ownership, instead of that of the livestock. And so we have worked with industry and have potential language that might meet that we can provide for the committee for their consideration this evening if you would like.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Berry? Senator Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Berry, for coming today. I would love to hear what your suggestions are. Because I'm a little confused on this myself. So anyway, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we can, we have the language. We have copies for everyone that we can circulate so you can see them. I'll read you what the language says as this language is circulating. Instead, it would read, if at any time the state grazing lessee notifies the office that the common ownership of the entities holding the state grazing lease and owning the livestock grazing on the state grazing lease is not less than 80%, a sublease or the non-owned livestock fee shall not be required. And so the point of this language, and Mr. Magagna can speak to this as well, is to ensure that any state lessees that have two different companies that have at least 80% of the same ownership, but your lease may be held by your ranch name and your cattle may be owned by a different company, although they're still your cattle, they would not need to pay, they would need to have a sublease, they wouldn't need to pay a non-owned livestock fee. And so that would ensure that all they had to do is notify the office of that common ownership of 80% or greater.
Thank you. Yes, Tommy, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I think my biggest question is, where did this even come from that we decided that if you've got a big chunk of land and you're leasing it and you've got that little state lease in there, that why is the state then taking part of, why are they charging more and getting more of that when that guy is trying to manage this land and he's trying to make a living still? He ended up having to sell his livestock for who knows what reason. Why did we determine that we're going to start charging them extra for them to be able to try to make some money when they're actually doing the work of managing this other person's cattle? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative. I think a couple of things to take into consideration. Knowing that the purpose of state parcels is to generate revenue for the trust beneficiaries is the job of those parcels. So when they're leased by grazing lessees or other entities for a variety of reasons, revenue generation is the job of those lands. And then in the statute, it says that any excess rental shall be paid to the trust beneficiaries. And so that's what the law says. And so it's also the job of the lands is to generate that, but then it has been shared excess rental. So not taking all of the excess rental generated, just half of it back to the state trust beneficiaries.
Any follow-up? Okay. Co-Chairman Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. On that question, so currently, just to clarify with everybody on the committee, right now, the sublease extra fees that you collect right now go 100% to the state, and or not. Just is it 50% right now as well?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, yes, as the way the statute reads, that you pay your annual rental and then any excess that you charge above your annual rental, half of that you keep, half of it goes back to the trust beneficiaries unless it meets an exemption.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Love.
Chairman, through you, just out of curiosity, what is the AUM cost for the state lease right now?
I don't have the precise number, but it's roughly $6.50 per AUM in comparison to private, which is roughly $27.
Very good.
Okay. So do we need to vote on this amendment? Yes. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So basically, if what we're talking about is a state lease within a private lease that isn't fenced, is that what where this come about? Because I'm concerned how you can account for the livestock movement across there. Who's monitoring that? If that is the condition here.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Davis, the contemplation isn't about fences in this case, but if you hold a state lease and you're going to run non-owned livestock on your state lease, this contemplates having those animals that aren't yours on there if you are doing a sublease. And so this isn't necessarily focused on the fencing, merely the number of animals that are on your lease that you hold that aren't yours.
Follow up?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, who's monitoring that? Is this the honor system?
Mr. Chairman, yes, this is the honor system.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any more? Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have a question on this. So is it only the number of AUMs that state lease will feed? Or, like, I know that on the BLM maps, it shows in each section how many AUMs that piece of land will accommodate. So is that the same thing here?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson, hopefully this will answer your question, but the annual rental rate is generated based on the number of AUMs that our staff determine are on any given parcel. And so that's how the annual rental rate is generated. Now, if managing in accordance with those AUM rates, you shouldn't have a whole slew of cattle or any other animal on there that would exceed the carrying capacity that then coincides with how you calculate that non-owned livestock fee. But this doesn't specify, to your point, any limitation in that way. But that annual rental is generated by the number of AUMs for the carrying capacity for that parcel. And then that's how that annual rental fee is generated. Does that help?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Sort of. So in Representative Strzok's case, so say there's a state section on a large parcel of land that has a lot of private. So that owner of the livestock or who is subleasing only has to pay 50% of what that state parcel would accommodate? Or is it all of the land that state parcel is inside of?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson, each lessee pays their annual rental rate. If they elect not to run their own animals on the parcel, then they would pay a non-owned livestock fee for the number of non-owned livestock on just the state parcel. Which this is an attempt at simplification from some of the subleasing conversations that have happened in the past, because I know there's been some confusion and hardship for producers who can't or don't want to or don't have the time to parse out their management responsibility and what that value might have, and then other, a variety of other services they might provide. And this in turn attempts simplicity to say, then you just pay that fee and you don't have to do a sublease because you've paid your non-owned livestock fee and notified the office.
Thank you. Are there any more comments from the committee? Okay, Mr. McGagnon, would you like to testify?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim McGagnon with the Wyoming Stock Growers Association. You may recall back at your first meeting this year, I brought to the committee a concept paper of a way to structure this. And I would say that and appreciate working with the Office of State Lands, with LSO. This bill with the amendment that's been proposed really 100% reflects that concept that I had brought to the committee and asked you to consider. If you then asked with this amendment that's been proposed by the Office of State Lands. Just a couple of background things and perhaps to answer some of the questions that exist out there. I believe the question, why do we have to pay anything if we run somebody else's livestock, anything extra. That goes back in time actually, and the intent was to have some method to assure that people who weren't in agriculture didn't acquire these state grazing leases and then just make money by requiring somebody who actually has the livestock to pay them to come out there. So there was a valid reason for having the subleasing provisions in statute, and it still remains valid today. The problem that has arisen over time is that unlike 75 years ago, today more people run livestock that they don't necessarily own. They may have turned to a yearling operation. They may buy some yearlings and bring them in the spring, but they may bring others in under a pasture agreement for the summer. So that complicates it. And the one problem with the provision that, and the director's pointing this out, that you have to share the revenue you get. I've talked with landowners, lessees who literally spend days trying to figure that out. Well, I got $35 a head for running these cattle this summer. So I have to figure out first how much of the state land was within the pasture they operate in. Well, it was 10%. I can calculate that. Then how much of my $35 was for providing care of the animals, putting out supplements for the animals, gathering the animals, providing loading facilities for them, fencing and other improvements. It gets to be such a challenge to come up with an honest figure that's acceptable and reasonable to the landowner and to the Office of State Lands as to how much they should be paying on those unknown livestock. So the second provision in here is a way to simplify that by saying you can pay a flat amount based on the number of head of livestock that you bring in, and then you don't have to go through those calculations. You don't have to even disclose to the State Land Office what your private arrangement was with the private party to provide grazing for these animals. So that's one part that is addressed there. With regards to Representative Davis's concern, again, this is based on not trying to determine how many days those animals were on that particular parcel of land, how many animals were in the grazing unit that's involved here, and what percentage of it is state trust land. And the assumption is that they utilize that as they did all of the other land. And then the third provision, that is the amendment that has been presented to you, the need for that is, and I just use a quick example from just this past year, where, and this is not uncommon today, that ranchers will create two corporations. One holds the land and leases the state leases, the other one owns the livestock. In a scenario that I dealt with this past year, those corporations were both owned by the same extended family, with the exception of one family member who had an interest in the land and not in the livestock. And under previous leadership in the State Land Office, they were insistent that meant you had to do a sublease. So that's the basis for the 80% provision, that if you, same people own 80% of both corporations, that's not deemed to be a sublease and you don't really need to do anything. So I think this bill simplifies things greatly for the landowners and for the State Land Office. And it's a good reflection of what the realities are out on the range today and the different types of ranching operations we have. And with that, I would urge your support for the bill as it's drafted with the amendment, and would be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Magagna? Yes, Senator, Co-Chairman Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Magagna. This might not be a question for you, maybe for the State Land Office, but what do you have a revenue number that you have received in the last year from that 50% bonus that you're getting from those subleases, just to get an idea of the number of those? You said there's 440 subleases, and what kind of revenue do you get from that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide. $295,579.13.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I might have you say that again. Was that the number you gave earlier today? And so that was the number from the 50% that you get from the sublease?
Mr. Chairman, if I may add one clarification there, that's not the 50% Oh, okay, the 50%, that is correct. I was thinking you were referring to the new provision of the per head payment. No,
Okay,
my apology, that is
thank
correct.
you. I just want to clear that up. Thank you.
Correct.
Senator Craigo, did you have a question?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. McGagna. So is it, just so I'm clear, is it the intent, or you believe it's the intent of the bill to either pay excess rental or pay a per head fee based on state lands rulemaking? Is that your understanding, and that's what the bill is supposed to be doing?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Craigo, as the bill is currently drafted, yes. As an earlier version of the bill, we had made the distinction based on who was charged with the management of the livestock. If the lessee was managing the livestock, then you could use the 50%. If they had turned over the management to the party that owned the livestock, then you had to use the original provision on subleasing. And then as we've talked this through and tried to simplify it so the process works more smoothly for everyone, that's where we came up with kind of dropping that reference to management and just saying it's a sublease if you choose to justify how much you've earned from leasing this land and how much of it was for that. Or if you want a simplified version, it's the payment as established by the board.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. McGagna. Mr. Moline.
Mr. Chairman, Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau, sitting in support of this bill and of the proposed amendment to show ag unity. I do have to point this out that I believe everybody in the audience has the same stance on this bill. Granted, there's only two of us, but it's still 100%. So, Mr. Chairman, sitting in support of this bill and the amendment, I would take any questions you or the committee may have for me.
Any questions for Mr. Moline? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess in more public testimony and then move the bill and then do the amendment, I think.
Okay, do we have any more testimony from anyone online or anything?
I don't believe we have anybody online, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we want to move the bill?
Yeah.
You want to move it?
Somebody want to move the bill?
I'll move the bill.
Okay. You have a second?
Move in second.
Okay. I guess we'll discuss the this amendment that was provided to us by the State Lands Agency. I guess it's been explained by the agency. So is there any questions from anybody here?
I would move the amendment offered up by State Lands.
Okay, thank you. Your second? It's been moved in second. Call for the question.
Any discussion?
Is there any discussion?
Question?
Okay.
Yeah.
Should be a roll call.
No, this amendment doesn't need to be in favor. The bill when we vote on the bill.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. All those in favor of the amendment, raise a hand. Opposed? Okay, that has passed. Now, can we vote on the bill?
Discussion. discussion on the bill.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the bill? It's been discussed
Question.
completely. Okay, the question's been called for.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote to sponsor 26 LSO 0213 subleasing of state lands exemptions as amended. Senator Craigo. Senator Love. Senator McEwen is excused. Senator Pearson.
Aye.
Representative Banks.
Excused.
Representative Davis.
Aye.
Representative Eklund is excused. Representative Johnson.
Aye.
Representative Ottman.
Aye.
Representative Provenza.
Aye.
Representative Schmid.
Excused.
Representative Strock.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Ide.
Aye.
Chairman Winter.
Aye,
That would be 10 aye, 4 excused, Mr. Chairman.
thank you. Okay, I guess that does it for the day. We'll,
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Should we do that?
yeah, I guess we better.
Would you need to do that?
Motion to adjourn, we don't have to come back tomorrow, so.
Oh, that's right. You're right. Thank you.
So fast. See you guys in February.
Exactly, that's at the end of the show.